Trails in the Sky the Third, my opinion, the best game in the Trails series by a country mile. It's not even close. And in fact, it's one of my favorite turn-based games of all time. It's up there with Divinity Original Sin 2, Chrono Trigger, Yick, and I hope, for the love of all that is holy, it does not get remade. But I digress. Today, we're doing a low-level run for the game, just like I did for SC and FC, and while it is not as difficult as its direct predecessor, it still does not let up easy. So, with all that being said, let's get into our rule set. First of all, no random encounters. If it's not part of the main story, or there's not a cutscene with it, or it's not part of a side quest, I can't do it. Next up, no items, in or out of combat. Two exceptions to this one. First one, in the prologue, there's not a reliable way to tackle every encounter without using items, unless you're like super conservative and get really lucky with turn bonuses. So I just chuck a couple that you get in the opening dungeon to heal between fights, but none get used in fights. There are times that I'll use recipes outside of battle to learn them. I only ever use them when I don't get any healing from them, like an HP healing one when I'm on full HP, or a CP healing one when I'm on full CP, etc. This is needed for a side quest later in the game, so I just try to use them when they have no impact whatsoever. Next up is Deathless. No characters are allowed to die in combat. No CP farming or healing pool. The only CP management I'm allowed to do is with accessories. No EXP, sepith, or drop rate remote abilities. These are by far the best remote abilities in the game, and they kind of ruin the point of a low resource run. No retry offset, no cooking, and lastly, this is a complete all-doors run. I have to do every side quest. A lot of them have boss fights in them. Want to show them off. These rules don't apply indoors, they only really apply to the main game. So with our rule set established, it's time to finally start the run. Before we even get into the first fight, I need to talk about our first party member and the new protagonist, Kevin. That's right, Kevin is now the main character. He still has his amazing line and Grail Sphere from SC, and he's still just as broken for all the reasons he was broken in SC, except now he has more tools to play around with. He has really good crafts in this game. He has like decent physical offense early on because of this. He gets a delay at one point, he has a CP heal. Like, even outside of Grail Sphere, in the fights that he can afford to use crafts, they're really good. He also gets really good weapons in this game. He has a lot of crossbows that boost arts that he starts getting from like chapter 3 onward. His downsides are being the first character to join, really low base level, and he still has his mediocre stat line from SC, but these are kind of negligible weaknesses. His good weapons outweigh his bad stats. I mean, once you combine his base stat with the arts boost from his weapons, well, suddenly his art stat is now pretty good, and although he has a low base level, he's forced into the party for most of the game because he's the new protagonist, so he's going to end up being one of the highest level characters by the end of the game. So both of these flaws really only matter for the first few chapters, and he quickly spirals out of control into one of your best characters across the board. Starting off the first fight in the game, we have a group of enemies here that are vulnerable to Chaos Brand. So the first thing that we do is we Chaos Brand the guy with the sword. These sword guys are going to be our secret extra party members in the prologue because holy shit, they do a lot of damage. Holy, Chaos Brand is the wave. I'm so valid. I'm so right and valid. Yeah, they hurt. They one-shot a lot of the other enemies. We want to Chaos Brand them ASAP in every fight, basically, in this opening dungeon. Other than that, these early fights are pretty simple. We get a little bit lucky here with an Ascension. This saves us like a hit of damage. It doesn't matter because we use an EP heal in the first dungeon anyway, so the extra little bit we would have had to spend on the heal doesn't matter. Here we have the second fight. It's the same as the first fight, but easier because now there are only 2 enemies. It's pretty simple. We Chaos Brand the sword guy, he turns around, kills his friend, and then we cast 2 spells on him. We don't need the second crit, it's completely unnecessary. Now we get into the third fight. These enemies are not vulnerable to Chaos Brand, so instead we have to clock them down right away, or else they just will take too many turns and kill us. From there, we can do 2 Hell Gates and 2 Mortal Punishments if we want to make sure we reliably kill them. Luckily, we get a crit, so we don't have to do a 4th attack, but again, if we had to spend 1 extra heal here, it would not matter. If I didn't allow myself to use the healing item in the first area, it would matter, but again, that's so unreliable that I don't think it's worth. Here we move on to a fight that is near identical to the first fight of the prologue, except now we've moved Kevin into the back corner, so it's actually a little bit more reliable. We do chip the sword guy down, so we can spend less resources. Even though I'm allowing myself healing items just for this one area, I still want to spend as few resources as possible. Here we move on to a slightly harder fight because now there's 2 sword guys. Doesn't really change much. We Chaos Brand one and then we chip down the other. They actually don't one-shot each other exactly. They'll survive on a little bit of health sometimes, so we have to do the extra little bit of chip damage there. Next up, I Hellgate here. Kevin is really bulky. He has a ton of super high level quartz equipped just for this first dungeon, so I'm okay taking risky attacks like that. Here we move on to one of the more annoying fights in the prologue. I get incredibly unlucky later in this fight, but starting off, we Chaos Brand, or sorry, we don't Chaos Brand, we clock down the sword guy. Usually the enemies will move in such a way that the clock down hits all of them. There were a couple attempts that they didn't, but I found that in most of the attempts I did anyway, they moved like that, so I was okay with taking that as my turn 1. Then from there, once again, we chaos our dear friend, the sword guy, because he does so much damage. That's actually kind of bad. Oh, he does so much fucking damage, dude. My goat. Sword Goon, my hero. Look at that guy go, bruh. Yeah, sword guy hurts. He helps out a lot. This is going to be a trend throughout the game. Whenever we can Chaos Brand enemies and take advantage of their huge stats, we want to. This game has the same pretty unfair modifiers that SC has for Nightmare. The difference is that bosses have their own unique lower modifiers to make the game a lot less bullshit, but these regular enemies still have the nutso stat boost, so we want to Chaos Brand them whenever we can. Alright, sword guy, fuck him up. That's not fucking him up, buddy. Get your head in the game. Okay, walk up and kill it, please. Buddy, sword guy, friend, I'm running out of resources here. I need you to cooperate. I need you to cooperate. I just need you to hit him one more time, bud. Oh, you bitch. I think I'm dead. I think I got trolled. Yeah. Oh, I'm alive? Yeah, we got basically as unlucky as humanly possible and still made it out okay in this fight. It just goes to show how, you know, kind of easy these prologue fights are, that we can get screwed over that hard and have everything go wrong and still be okay because, again, Kevin has super broken equipment just for this first chapter. Now to talk about our second party member, Reese. Reese has basically the same amazing availability that Kevin does. She's around for basically the entire game. She has a very solid line. It's not quite as good as Kevin's, but it only has 1 lock slot instead of 2, which is nice. Holy Blessing is one of the best crafts in the game. It's a global craft, revive, and CP heal. She has really good weapons, much like Kevin. At the same point, she starts getting arts boosting weapons, except hers give pretty insane arts boosts as the game goes on, and she ends up being quite a good caster late game. But she has the exact same downsides that Kevin has. Her low base stats are even worse than his, and it takes her longer to come online offensively, and she has the same low base level that he does as well. She's actually slightly lower level, which with EXP scaling means sometimes she's going to be slightly lower level than Kevin early on, and other times she's going to be slightly higher, because again, characters just rubber band so hard. Much like Kevin, she's also forced into the party for a lot of the game, so that base level isn't really that big of a downside. Here it is, chat room, the first one in the game. Act as our shield. He yells Grailsphere in this game. He gets an extra voice line. That is the first of many Grailspheres as we get into our first boss. We split up our characters so Gilbert can only attack one of our party members at the start. Just save one of the Grailspheres. Me and this motherfucking chalice? Holiest of lights, aw shit. And after that first Grailsphere blocking Gilbert's kind of initial only threatening attack, this fight's really easy. This fight is hell if you do it blind because you will get hit by that attack, and I don't think it can miss, and it also freezes, so you kind of just die. I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. Bro, he's holding it. Let him hold. Let him hold that shit in his hand. Otherwise, its holiest of lights won't act as our shield. Put the cup down. I can't put down the cup. I can't put down the cup. Yeah, I mean, chat was having a fun time with good old Grailsphere. It definitely became a bit of a running joke after how many attempts, repeating attempts of SC fights every single time opening up with I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. You'll notice in all that joking around about Kevin's S-Craft, Gilbert is already dead. He is not a threatening boss once you get rid of that opening move, and then from there you just have his mech to fight, which is really not any more threatening than he is. If anything, it might be less threatening, but it has a bigger health bar. It's also very resistant to arts, so you're going to see our characters attack physically. Reese's slightly higher strength is nice here. It means that she can just attack normally, whereas Kevin needs to use crafts to kind of deal meaningful damage. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It just kind of speeds things along. This fight is very trivial. It is worth blocking it down, and it is also worth moving out of the way of the big laser cannon move. It doesn't one-shot us, but it does enough damage that we have to stop and heal, and it just slows down the fight, so it's faster for us to move out of the way. And with that, the prologue is over. Here we move on to Chapter 1. It starts off with a mob fight against these skeletons. This is normally a very easy fight without much to talk about in a blind playthrough, but here there are things to talk about. So first of all, I allowed transfer bonuses for this run. I wanted to keep it consistent with allowing them for SC, and it also enables a couple funny strats, like the extra sepith we start with.
lets us cast Sylphengard on both of our characters. The extra gladiator equipment is insane. It's kind of insanely broken. You start with a gladiator belt and headband, and it gives Kevin access to Grailsphere way more often than he's intended to, but at the same time, without CP management or healing items, I think it's kind of a fair trade-off for this challenge run. After that fight, we get our new party member, Tita. Tita is back, and she is the best she's ever been, and still mediocre. I don't like Tita in this game. I know people think she's incredibly strong. I think they're wrong. She does have great availability, and she eventually gets a craft called Orbital Gear that makes her scale really hard into late game, but she takes a ton of effort to get there, and before she gets that craft, she's got bad stats, she's made of paper, terrible line, all the same problems she's had in previous games. We don't have many alternatives to her, so we're going to get some use out of her early on, and we're going to get some use out of her later in the game too, because we kind of have to. But, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of Tita, despite her vast improvements. After Tita joins, we have a fight with only her against these kind of odd enemies that will rotate between hitting and healing us. We start off the fight by casting a Sylphengard just because Tita does not have the bulk to survive without items. She needs to dodge. We also open up with an S-Craft. You'll notice that she's not using her default S-Craft Satellite Beam. The last thing we get as a transfer bonus is we actually get to take over Cannon Impulse F from SC, which is slightly stronger than her other S-Craft, which is a fun little bonus. Anyway, once she gets a turn again after S-Crafting, we blind the enemies, and this completely neuters their accuracy. It's an astronomically low chance that Tita gets hit, and from here we just slowly chip them down. Tita is really weak, but thankfully her attacks are AoE, so we get to kind of kill them all at once. We do get really unlucky and get hit through an agility buff and a blind. It's pretty unlikely we even get hit through a blind in the first place. So, you know, it doesn't end up mattering, really. Also, another funny thing is their healing can miss. Once they get low on health, these enemies their gimmick is that heal now turns into a big, scary AoE attack, but again, it doesn't matter when it can't hit us. You'll even notice it starts going real fast because I'm using turbo in real time, like when I was actually doing the fight, because it's so dragged out and so tedious. This is the only side quest in the game that's forced. You're going to see fights in this kind of room a couple times. They're almost always associated with the side quest. This is the only one that is part of the main story. But the rest are technically optional in a regular playthrough. Before we move on to the boss of Chapter 1, we have one more party member to talk about. Julia. If Tita is one of the most overrated characters in the game, then I think Julia is one of the most underrated. She has great availability, she gets an insanely broken sword in Chapter 2 that gives her a huge strength and huge arts boost. Just she's offensively like our best character for a while because of it. In general, her early game is super strong. She's got an AoE buff that boosts strength and speed. Not huge number boosts, but it's better than nothing, which early on we have basically nothing. She also has 2 times hitting chain attack. She hits twice whenever you chain attack with her, which not as good as the other character that has this effect, but you can stack a bunch of strength on her and make something happen with it if you want to. Her line is kind of whatever. It's really average. Double space slots is kind of bad, actually. Usually you only want 1 space quartz, which is EP cut. She has really bad stats, and she falls off really fast. There's not much point to using her outside of the early game. She's not terrible, she's not unworkable, it's just she's not really doing anything that anyone else in the game can't do better past a certain point. But again, her early game is amazing and we're happy to get her this early. Moving on to the first boss of the game, first major boss. We did fight Gilbert, but he was a chump. Bennu. This is one of the most infamous bosses in the series, and also one of my favorite bosses in the series. I think this fight's actually super well designed. Starting off, you have all these ads channeling charge moves. I don't know why I don't move Reese out of the way. Maybe she didn't have a tile to move to and get GRALSRITTER'd on. I'm not exactly sure, but normally you would move everyone out of the way. Turn 1, you wouldn't take the risk that they might get hit, but oh well. Anyway, this fight is long. It's about as long as every other fight thus far, squished into one. It's a marathon. This fight is 3 phases, and each phase is incredibly bulky and does not go down easy. Even just the ads are very bulky. To start off, we're just going to constantly move characters out of the range of their attacks and slowly chip them all down with Soul Blur.
Bro, Kevin is getting fucking dogged on.
Holy shit! Hop off his penis! This is ridiculous. I don't. Is the AI broken? Is the AI non-functional? Why has it exclusively gone for Kevin every single time? Yeah, I got pretty unlucky with the AI in this fight and kind of hard focusing Kevin, but thankfully this fight is pretty consistent and it doesn't really matter. Much different from SC, where that would probably be a death sentence in most difficult fights. But anyway, yeah, we're just going to kind of follow the same process of Kevin is going to GRALSRITTER for protection, and we're going to slowly kill the 4 turrets. There's not really a good way to speed the fight up. We just don't have the resources to make our character super strong right now. The way you would speed the fight up is by leveling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extra speed up the next part of the fight until we get to the next phase. Enough CP for S-Craft. Oh, that's so bad. She has a hit on too. She literally has an accuracy booster. That's so cringe. Here we reach phase 2. Phase 2 has a pretty small health pool compared to the other 2 phases, and only ever casts single target spells, so it's pretty easy to deal with, like, defensively. But it's really, really bulky. It takes negligible damage from pretty much everything. We need a strength buff to have most of our characters damage it. Julia and Kevin can deal chip damage with arts, but Julia's EP pool is too small to really contribute because we need basically all of her EP for the final phase. And Kevin is often delayed from GRALSRITTER. This leaves Tita and Reese smacking it physically with a strength buff as our best way of dealing with it. Basically, everyone needs to be building CP. Oh my god, 2? She has hit! You're fucking with me, right? This is a joke, right? This is a prank? She missed 2? That's very difficult when you get really unlucky misses. I purposely had accuracy quartz on, just to make sure there wasn't misses, and alas. The game just did not like me this fight between the early targeting and the misses later on. But it just goes to show that, again, third is just such a more well-designed game than SC. Things can go wrong, and you can adapt, and you can still win the fight despite the game screwing you over. Like I mentioned earlier, bosses in third on Nightmare have unique modifiers to make them way more fair. Still difficult, but not nearly as bad as SC. You don't have any Kurtz, you don't have any Muellers, you don't have any of those fights. So from this point, the fight is basically the same thing. So I'm going to speed up again until we get to the next phase. And now we move on to the final and most difficult phase of the fight. This phase is going to cast Abyssal Wave over and over again, which does a lot of damage, and we can't really tank. We can tank one, but it will also have a reasonable chance to mute the party. It's not like super high, but it's pretty unlikely that you'll get out without someone getting muted. But yeah, it's just going to spam this really strong AoE move over and over again. This phase is the most frail of the three defensive stats-wise, but it does have a lot of HP. So we do need to focus more on offense. We can't really stall out this phase as much because we will eventually just get outpaced. Thankfully, the gladiator equipment here helps a lot. Normally, you'd be able to tank more Abyss Waves and just heal with items, but we do not have access to items, so we can't do that, which means Grail Sphere is really all we have available. Attack orders is also really helpful here. We are still attacking physically sometimes. At this point, spells are generally better offensively, but Tita getting the attack orders is very useful. We're also now switching over to casting Dark Matter with Kevin because this boss is very weak to space. Julia also has access to Dark Matter, but her very small EP pool means she can't really spam it. If she could, and maybe I could have given her some slots and gotten her enough EP to cast some Dark Matters. I was just being very conservative with my resources. She does about as much damage as Kevin does. Strength-wise, she's really bad in this fight because she can't give herself attack orders and her starting weapon is terrible. But casting-wise, because she's a higher level than the rest of our group, she's not bad offensively in this phase at all. And with that, Chapter 1 is done. Shortest chapter in the game. And now, look at Tita's CP. Look at that! Look at that! Net positive! Woo! So we start off Chapter 2 with Tita hitting an AoE blind, basically making our party invincible, and getting a ton of CP back for it. And this is the last time Tita is going to be useful for a very long time. From here, we S-craft with Julia, and we clear out most of the ads. And now we kind of just want to build CP on our characters. The next mob fight is actually one of the more annoying fights in the entire game, so we want both Tita and Julia to have access to their S-crafts. It's more important that Julia does, but we still do need Tita's help to finish off one of the enemies because our other two characters don't have access to S-crafts yet. Offensive ones, anyway. This fight, however, is very straightforward. It's a little bit lengthy because, again, we use it to farm CP. But it's a simple blind everything and whittle them down slowly. Right now our characters are very weak. This is honestly some of the the furthest they'll be behind for the whole game. They're doing chip damage to some of the enemies here. Even Julia, with her big strength stat and her new sword, is doing less than 1,000, and Tita is doing 0 to some enemies. But again, thankfully the blind basically makes us invincible. They hit us through blind sometimes, but we can heal before they're going to hit us again. We could have probably used agility buffs too if we wanted to make sure we don't die, but it's very unlikely that we die through the blind. I didn't find it necessary. From here, once there's only the main enemy left, pretty easy. It's also vulnerable to other status effects like Faint, so you get locked out of doing anything, basically. Here we have a pretty annoying fight. These enemies have 2 moves. They have Joshua's Cloak and Dagger, which has an insta-kill chance, and we don't really have ways to prevent it this early in the game. And they have also Joshua's Dual Strike, which, if we Grail Sphere with Kevin, it will remove both hits of Grail Sphere. But if there's one Max Guard, it won't remove the Max Guard and then hit us. One Max Guard will block both hits. We start off by buffing Julia's Strength and then S-crafting, and then we use Tita to finish the other 3 off. I say in the last fight that we don't have an offensive S-craft on Reese. We do. We got it at the end of last chapter. But we need her to have CP for Holy Blessing throughout the chapter, so we don't have a spot to use it. Whereas Kevin just doesn't have access to one. Speaking of Kevin, you'll notice that we have the Gladiator gear on Julia instead. This is to make sure she can build her S-craft in time. And after that, we get a new party member, Mueller. He is not nearly as crazy as his SC self, but he's still kinda helpful to have around. He's got the same 2-hit chain attacks that Julia does, and he's got a huge strength stat. The problem is he doesn't really do anything specific, and there's so many times we want him to S-craft things with his big strength stat, and he's just always short on benchmarks. He also doesn't have the same utility from his crafts like other characters like Joshua or Agate are going to have later in the game. But he's still nice to have around for some fights, mostly the fights where he's forced. He also has one of the best remote abilities in the game. He has the best remote ability in the context of this playthrough, because I'm not allowing all of the metagaming abilities, but it's a pretty big raw stat boost to both speed and defense. He also has terrible line, one of the worst lines in the game, so he's not very useful for spell casting. He's just all around kind of mediocre, and it's difficult to find places to slot him in. Here we have a side quest. A side quest fight. This time, unlike the fight with Tita, this version of Julia is different from our party member Julia. She has a set level, set spells, and set equipment for this one side quest fight. It's a one-on-one against Mueller. This is one of the more annoying one-on-one fights in the game. He's not nearly as bad as his SC fight, but it's just a matter of we need to kind of survive. Our best source of dealing damage is definitely S-crafting. But when we S-craft, he'll often get 2 turns in a row. Early in the fight, I experiment with Clockdown and Sylphangard. The Clockdown is honestly just a waste of EP, and Sylphangard does come in clutch a little bit, but not to the point where it's worth recasting. I think it probably would have been better to just not use either and stick to healing, because our EP pool is very limited. Another thing about these side quests is they have fixed items. Your character has like a small set of items that they start with. We're allowed to use these items for these side quests because they're designed around needing them for them to be completable. But it also means that we can't bring in as many as we want, so we only have, I think, 1 or 2 EP charges in this fight. From here, it's just rotating between using Julia's Earthguard craft and healing whenever we're low, while Mueller hits us, and we use the damage that we take to build CP to S-craft him and eventually take him down. Something to note is this fight is not required to win. You still complete the side quest without winning the fight, and I don't think this one has any like rewards. Most of them there'll be rewards for winning the fight. This one there isn't, so it's completely superfluous whether we win or lose. But unlike Mueller in SC, all of these fights are beatable fairly reliably, so we win all of them. Something else to note about this fight is it is a little bit RNG heavy. Blade Dancer does significantly more damage than his other physical attacks, and if he decides to use it multiple times in a row, there are times he can just outright kill us when he wouldn't be able to with pretty much any other combination of moves. That doesn't happen to us in this fight, and it's pretty rare it happens in general, but it is something to note that it took a couple attempts. Moving on to a trash mob fight, we bring Mueller. I think it's the only time we ever put him in the party by choice, unless it's to catch him up when he's under leveled. It's just because he has a big health pool, so he can take extra hits if he gets ganged up on that other characters aren't able to take. He's pretty unnecessary overall though, because it's fairly likely that the enemies spread out their attacks and they're all going to die to an S-craft from Julia anyway. Because we can survive a couple hits, we try to squeeze out a little bit of CP. We hit with Mueller. We cast an aerial with Julia, but it doesn't matter because she burns the rest anyway. And after that fight, we get a new party member, Josette. Josette, while a lot better than her SC self, is still pretty terrible. The best thing about her is her remote ability, which is the best in the game by far. It gives sepith and item drop rates. It's banned here, so the one good thing about her, we don't really have access to. She's got a couple other things. She's got a defense debuff that is genuinely pretty strong, and she can steal items. I think stealing is significantly weaker in this game than people think, and I'll show why later, but it does come in handy at one point. But she's got the worst stats, one of the worst lines. She's frail. Really, there's no redeeming qualities about her outside of the remote ability and the two okay crafts. 2 Earthlock slots does not do her favors. One isn't bad for Earthwall, but a second one really stinks, and her stats, like I said, they're abysmal. They leave a lot to be desired. Josette is a character we do voluntarily use right after she joins, and that's it. Here, we move into our next series of fights. This is the part I mentioned where we're actually voluntarily using Josette. She's not forced and we choose to bring her anyway. This is for both the steal and the defense debuff, which we mentioned earlier. There's a couple back-to-back mob fights here, and the first one kind of folds to Chaos Brand. The 2 ghost enemies die in one hit to a flare arrow. Actually, Reese doesn't quite finish it off. It lives on a pixel, but anyone else would have finished it off with a flare arrow. But it's easy enough to just hit once and kill. The other 2 enemies, get Chaos Branded and are neutralized. Josette is kind of a brick in these fights. There's not really much for her to do, and we do have to worry about her EP pool a little bit. Her base EP is really, really bad, and we need her to have some going into the boss fight because she's equipped with Earthwall right now. But she can still help out a little bit. We can afford to cast a couple spells with her. And while her base stats are terrible, she is pretty over-leveled for this point in the game, so she's, kinda competent. Here we have a scarier mob fight against both of the kind of big main enemies from the 2 mob fights from earlier in the chapter. The Knights are still vulnerable to status effects, and that includes Chaos Brand, and they have huge strength stats that will outright one-hit kill the other enemies in this fight, which makes it so much easier than either of the previous 2. We do still have to worry about them getting a couple attacks off, we don't have the resources to get everyone Chaos Brand. But as you can see right there, 5.2k one-shots the enemies that were giving us so much trouble earlier. We get a little bit unlucky here and Reese gets focused down. She's not in danger of dying, but she is in danger of... Well, I guess she is in danger of dying, but she's not in danger of getting one shot even with a crit. She was in danger of getting death blown. But after the Knights kill the two very, very scary insta-kill enemies, the rest of the fight is easy. The Chaos Branded enemy, I think we get a little unlucky, and he doesn't turn around right away, so we have to wait. It just drags out the fight, but it's pretty trivial from here. You'll also notice I stole with Josette. She had nothing else to do that turn, and she doesn't really need that much CP going into the final fight, so I just was like, yeah, I'll steal a healing item to sell, get a little bit of extra money. Once it's one enemy left, we spam Soul Blur to try and keep it stunned as much as possible, except with Josette, who is just kind of building CP and more so not wasting EP. It does unstun, but it's not the end of the world. It wouldn't have killed anyone in one shot. And on to the next major boss. This enemy might look similar to anyone who's played SC, and thankfully it is not nearly as bad as the boss of Chapter 1 in that game. It's actually quite easy here. First things we do is we steal with Josette. When you steal from enemies, they won't drop the thing that you steal anymore, and these enemies will only ever drop one of the quartz. Like I mentioned earlier, boss have a random pool of quartz they can drop. And what we steal from it is an attack quartz. Once again, the attack quartz is kind of the middle of the road drop, but I want to make sure I don't get a bad drop, so I steal, even though it's not the best thing I can get from the fight. Anyway, as for what's going on in the rest of the fight, we're casting Earth Wall with Josette. She casts a little bit slowly, but we're not really in danger of dying or getting delay lock against this boss like we are the SC version. We also Chaos Brand one of the ads. We only finish off 2 on purpose so we can keep the other confused because it does more damage than a lot of our characters. We also have Reese giving Julia Holy Blessings. This is more for the healing than the CP, but the CP is nice too. This enemy can focus one person down. There we see the defense debuff also, which is pretty huge here. We get a Forte S-Craft with our highest strength character against a defense debuffed enemy, and that's a lot of damage. 4.4k. It's not that much more than the enemy, but for one of our party members at this point in the game, it's a lot. But it's kind of the same thing over and over again. We're just going to Holy Blessing whoever takes the hit. Julia taking it is actually good because it means she's building CP, and she's our highest damage character at this point in the game. I also didn't want to risk having to deal with the AoE, so I tried to Chaincraft to kill it. It does a lot of damage, but not nearly as much as I was hoping for, so I have to Grail Sphere with Kevin. After that, the ad finishes it off. Maybe I could have tanked the hit, I just didn't want to risk it and have to redo all 3 fights. And Kevin's going to have time to build back CP anyway. That Earth Guard is kind of important because the enemies do self-destruct. And then after that, we get a new party member. Joshua's back, and he's a very welcome addition, especially after the kind of lame characters we've been getting. He comes with a great line, multiple delays, and just really over-leveled, super strong out of the gate. Joshua's always good, and we're glad to have him. He is not as universally good as he is in the past 2 games. He drops off like a rock pretty quickly around Chapter 4. He has really, really bad damage output, and speed, which is his best stat, is kind of whatever to be a best stat. I know that sounds weird because speed is the most important stat in the game, but speed is also just so easy to augment. You get access to strong action quartz, like a lot of them in this game, for free, and you have a bunch of equipment that boosts speed. It's kind of not that important to specialize in it. Other than that, his line is very good. His stats right now are very good. He's, you know, going to be very, very helpful in the short term. Moving on to a couple more mob fights. These are both very, very trivial. They're going to end super fast. It's the ghosts from the arena. They still die in one hit. We purposely cast Firebolt and Ascension just to chip them down, just to get CP, because Julia's going to one-shot them all anyway. And then we have the same self-destruct souls from the last boss fight. Kind of the same deal here, except this time we are actually going to one-shot them because we don't want them to get close. We can't eat more than one self-destruct, or two self-destructs. And then after that, we get into the main boss of the chapter. Our party is spread out in an odd way. We want Joshua to be the only person in range turn 1, and we want no 2 people to be in range of an AoE. We want everyone spread out. Joshua's our only character right now that's tanky enough to survive a hit. Healer's also tanky enough to survive a hit, but we only have one open slot for a character to bring. This boss is vulnerable to clock down, so we want it applied as fast as possible. We also S-craft with Joshua to wipe the adds. The adds are useful for damage, but we just can't deal with that many of them at once, so we clear them out anyway. Dark Matter is going to do huge damage to the boss, and most of our characters are going to have access to the spell. Joshua, unfortunately, is the only person that isn't, but his stats are so high right now, he's going to put out respectable damage even with a weaker spell. We also have to take time to keep everyone spread out to make sure we're not overlapped on any AoEs, because we need to really make sure everyone is earth guarded at all times, because everyone gets one shot. Joshua will tank one hit, but then he's not going to get to a health threshold to not get one shot. Whenever the boss summons adds, we can Chaos Brand them, and they're going to help with our damage a lot. From here, we're just going to, again, make sure our defensive buff is up at all times. Defensive buff. It's not a buff. It's Earth Guard. There is no defense buff at this point in the game. Speaking of buffs, the boss does have a chance to take a turn to buff itself. This is good whenever it happens. It will be vulnerable to just getting wailed on. And although it does boost its speed as well and is scary once it's buffed, at that point we should have already weakened it a lot. The only time it's very unlucky is if it decides to buff itself turn 1. So very, very scary, very volatile fight, but also very short fight. And with that, that is the end of Chapter 2. But before we fully end Chapter 2, we're going to talk about our new party member, Chloe. Technically, she joins at the start of Chapter 3, but it's just better for the video to talk about her now. Chloe's awesome. I love Chloe. Great art stat. Very good weapon type. Same weapon type as Julia, which means she has a lot of options to boost her arts. Good line. Frustrating line because of the 3 water slots, but still very good line. The defense buff from her S-Craft is actually really important for a fight later in the game. And the debuff can still be useful sometimes. Chloe's main problems are you never have 3 good water quartz. You just don't. And she's very, very, very frail. She is susceptible to getting one-shot in a lot of fights if her S-Craft buff isn't on. Her early game offense is also super, super important. She's going to come in handy in one of the boss fights in the next chapter. She's going to be kind of one of our 2 key players there. And she's going to see a surprising amount of use late game too. Chloe's awesome. Great character in this game. Big fan. Okay, this first fight is the easiest fight in the whole chapter. But there was one point, I kid you not, I got hit through blind 12 times. 6 of those times were in a row, and I lost and had to reset.
Here we are in Chapter 3. It is currently very late for me. It's just about midnight, but I wanted to get a little bit done. I've been slacking on editing this video recently. We open with a mob fight. This mob fight is pretty boring. We blind them all with Tita, and we use it to build up CP on our characters, especially Mueller, who really, really wants to have access to a 200 CP S-craft before we go into the first boss. Other than that, the fight's pretty standard. Chapter 3 is not a very standard chapter, though. Unlike the previous chapters, we're going to be using our entire group of characters, all 8 that we have available right now, and it's going to be split into 2 dungeons, the Gold Road and the Silver Road. We can tackle these in either order, but generally it's good to tackle the Gold Road first. For the Gold Road, we want to bring Mueller and Tita. The Gold Road requires a good deal of physical offense, and Tita can really only contribute with physical offense, and Mueller is our best character offensively, like strength-wise. So they're no-brainers. And for the 4th character, we bring Julia. This fight doesn't really require you to output a ton of damage, and Julia's flexibility and also ability to apply tack orders, which we really, really want here for both the strength and speed buff, is very good. This does leave this party as kind of low damage output, and the fight drags, but it is the best way to split it up because we absolutely need Joshua and Chloe in the other group, and Josette, is a brick. So that's how we split up our 2 parties for this dungeon. It's pretty much the best way to do it. I don't see a world where you set it up differently. Moving on to the first and much more difficult boss of the chapter. Yes, I said this is the more difficult boss. We have a very, very unfortunate start. The basic strategy here is that Mueller runs up, chips one of them down, and then S-crafts them into a range where they can be killed by our other characters. But we want the blue mirrors not to move in range of the mirrors that Mueller needs to kill. Thankfully, at the last moment, one of the blue mirrors moves out of the way, because the gimmick here is the red mirrors will reflect will reflect magic, but take physical damage, a lot of physical damage, and the blue mirrors are the opposite. They take a lot of magic damage and reflect physical damage. And if we get a S-craft reflected, it would either blow through an Earth Guard or just kind of kill us. So we blow all of our S-crafts to kill the physical mirrors as fast as possible, because there are a lot of very fast enemies in this fight that we have a difficult time dealing with because our characters are very weak, especially Tita and Mueller, who weren't really used much in Chapter 2 and are kind of lagging behind. From here, we kind of just rotate between casting Flare Arrow and keeping our health and Earth Guards up, and hoping that one character doesn't get focused down too badly. The most RNG heavy part of this fight is that Reese, who is the boss, spoiler alert, it's not actually Reese, but she does have Reese's moveset, means she has Holy Blessing and can restore a huge amount of HP to the mirrors, and because our damage output is lacking, she can kind of lock us out of winning the fight if we get incredibly unlucky. There are also a couple times later in the fight where we kind of just have to hope she doesn't focus down one party member too hard. This is about as rough as this fight can go and still be successful, actually. But this fight's really long, and I think it's okay to keep some attempts that are, things don't go perfectly. The boss does things you don't want, and so you have to adapt and, kind of figure out what the line is, figure out what the best way out of the situation is. Once we're down to just one mirror, it's not nearly as bad, and we eventually clear it out here, and now we're down to just Reese. From here, the fight becomes a lot more manageable. Right now, our best offense comes from Kevin and Julia with Flare Arrow.
Julia, I believe, passed the arts boosting sword over to Chloe, so she's not going to have as great offense as previously, but she's still a lot better at dealing damage than our physical characters. Mueller's strength isn't bad. He hits decent numbers. It's just his turn gets delayed a lot, but he does have the added benefit of being able to S-craft, which you see right here. This boss has multiple phases. After her first phase, she changes into the same enemy with, I think, higher stats. I'm actually not sure what her stats look like here, but she still runs around and does the same stuff. It's just now it looks all spooky instead. Another annoying thing about these phase changes is they cleanse Clockdown. And here we got into a situation where we needed to Grail Sphere right away, which means we're not able to re-up Clockdown because Kevin is our only character able to cast it right now. Our Quartz options are limited. We can't get Clockdown on everyone, and Kevin has the best line for it, so ideally, and what usually happens in most attempts, is you'll get at least a turn off when she transforms, but here we got unlucky and she, had multiple actions in a row, and we just had to Grail Sphere to not die. Here I'm debating chain attacking with Mueller because it absolutely shits out damage, and you will see it in a little bit here. But I opt not to and use Tita's turn to top off everyone's health. Here we're in the final phase, and we see the actual true self of the enemy. It's a Grimoire. These are pretty common enemies throughout the game. They only show up as a boss here, and we insta-kill it with a chain attack. Here we move on to the other team's mob fight. This fight is much shorter and much more difficult than the one on the Gold Road. So the big thing here is these enemies, which are little versions of the boss from FC. It's been a long time since that run, but their gimmick is that they have an impede that does no damage. So if we can have characters cast, then that's good. The problem is it also causes poison, but generally, poison is not that big of a deal. I actually thought I was going to die to it, so you see me turbo a little bit, but I don't die to it, and we end up being fine. But yeah, so we just want to always be casting when this enemy gets their turn, because it's only a chance to poison, and even if we get poison, that's way better than taking the damage. The other enemy, the guy in the back, we Chaos Brand and use him as our main source of damage here, while we focus on keeping the rest of the party alive. He hits very difficult and also has a self-destruct effect, so once he does kill the other two enemies, we want to make sure we wipe him out pretty quickly, so we don't have to deal with eating the hit. You'll see I even moved Josette away because she is a bit more frail compared to our other characters, but thankfully it doesn't block up. And here we move on to one of the most infamous fights in the game that starts off with a taste of our own medicine. These enemies have a Grail Sphere. But this is maybe one of the most infamous fights in the series. I don't know, I've seen a lot of people struggle and kind of hate this fight, but it's actually one of the easiest fights in the game by a lot. I'm cheering for the Chalice Guzzler. I have ops in chat, bro. Yeah, I mean, with all the jokes about Kevin, haha Chalice man, people were kind of losing it when he was a boss. But anyway, the idea here is we want to cleanse the Earth Guards as fast as possible, and we also want to clock down all of the chariots. We also want Joshua clocked up as well. We want Joshua's speed as high as humanly possible here. Because something to note about these chariots is they are not immune to delay. They have 2 attacks, one of which, Hellish 4 Shots, is a high damage projectile attack, and then they also have a charge that I think has 100% death blow. That's the thing that makes this fight so annoying, is a bunch of enemies that guarantee kill your characters when you don't have much death blow protection. Oh, perfect. I'm so fucking smart! It doesn't happen often, but sometimes I'm smart. And right now is one of those times. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, and look, he walks in range. He walks in range. What a dumbass. Do you have a clock down? I'm going to refresh the clock down with you. Yeah, I'm kind of popping off in the moment, talking a lot of shit. Just as this commentary was recorded late at night, I think I also streamed this fight very late at night, and kind of wanted to go to bed, and was popping off that there was like a super easy, consistent strategy to do here, which is Joshua delays. We speed him up, we clock them down, and Joshua delays. That's why we really want him on this team. The reason we really want Chloe on this team is because she's just our highest damage character by a lot, and having really high damage AoE spells, which is what Chloe is giving us right now, is way more useful here than in the other fight, where we need a mix of physical and magical offense. But once the chariots are neutralized, and if we don't delay them all, that's fine. If they get stuck in the back, they'll be out of range or only be able to use Hellish 4 Shots and not the actual scary Deathblow charge. Hardest boss fight in the game, my cock and balls, bro. Easy. Easy. We win, basically. Probably. It'd be really funny if I didn't win after I said that. But that would never happen ever, right? Like I said, this is actually one of the easiest fights in the game once you know what you're doing, and it's really not that bad. We also get to see Josette's S-Craft. I don't know if this is the only time we see it in the playthrough, but it's okay. It's not like amazing base power, and her strength is bad, so it kind of sucks, but it does have a nice little benefit in being one of the very few full screen S-Crafts. And it's the only one we have access to at this point in the game. At this point, we're just chipping it down. I thought a Soul Blur would kill it with Chloe, but the Grimoire is actually really bulky, but then it dies to poison. That's Chapter 3. Before we fully send off Chapter 3, we gotta talk about a new party member, Zin. He's back, and he's better than ever. Zin is great in this game. Great might be a little bit of an overstatement, but he's very, very good. He's SC Zin without a lot of the effort. He hits really, really hard. His weapons give great stat boosts. He's the bulkiest character in the game. He can take a hit and punch something and deal a bunch of damage. The problem is he has a really, really bad line. Candidate for one of the worst lines in the game, maybe the worst line in the game. Like Josette, he's stuck with 2 Earthlock slots. Again, 1 slot's fine. You want most characters to have Earthwall anyway. 2nd slot, real, real bad. On top of being broken up into a million different lines, whereas at least Josette has a 3-3. So Zin is very, very inflexible when it comes to any utility outside of, you know, casting a couple basic spells. But he is, again, just a wall that punches hard. Mostly useful here in Chapter 4, but he gets a couple moments in the spotlight later on as well. Chapter 3 doesn't give us just 1 party member, but 2 at the end of the chapter. Olivier also. Olivier is very, very similar to his SC self, in that I think he is great in the chapter he joins in. We're going to use him for most of Chapter 4, and then fucking does nothing. I don't know what he does after Chapter 4. He has a great line, one of the best lines in the game, good art stat, And like I said, out of the gate real strong. He just has absolutely no niche and kind of struggles to do anything unique, I suppose. Unique might not be the right word, but he doesn't have anything besides casting spells, and there are so many characters that have like a good art stat and a good line that can just cast spells that also do other things too. But we are happy to have Olivier, at least in the short term, and he is generally pretty good if you want him to be, so when we're stuck using him underleveled later in the game, he's going to be much less of a liability than some of the other characters. We're happy to have him, but he's not anything special.
Moving on to Chapter 4, we start off with a mob fight. I handled this one a little bit sloppy, mostly because it's just like an easy mob fight I didn't care about, but I probably could have used status effects more to not have any RNG with who enemies target, but it's just one of those fights that I didn't really care enough to redo because it's, again, super easy, like first try type fight. You'll see I even cast spells that the enemy resists because I didn't even bother to look at what their affinities were. But yeah, starting off this chapter, we're going to be using our two new characters in Olivier. Right now, they're like stats-wise our best physical character and caster because they're the most recently obtained characters. They're at a very high level. We also have Joshua, and you'll notice that we don't have Reese. Reese is unavailable for this chapter, and Joshua takes her place. He's locked in for the whole chapter. This is not great. Joshua, while he was fantastic for the last couple of fights of Chapter 2, he's going to start to lose his staying power as this chapter goes on. The delays will be useful, and he's never going to be bad, but if we could switch him out, we would want to. Next up, we have a fight against Annalise, a familiar face from the last game. There's going to be quite a few boss fights in this chapter. Chapter 4 is actually one of the longest chapters in the game. And every time we run into a new party member, we're going to have to fight them before we recruit them. And we're starting off here with Annalise. This is probably the easiest of the fights. For the most part, Annalise just hits one target. Sometimes she'll cast spells, but it's not really anything we can't deal with since she's just one enemy. The ads she comes with are pretty weak. They do have a lot of health, but they're vulnerable to stat down, so it's really not that big of a deal. Annalise herself is also vulnerable to stat down, but much like Reese and Kevin from the previous chapter, once you get through her first health bar, she changes phases, and it cleanses the debuff, so it has to be re-up. You'll notice part of what I was talking about with Joshua there, he's doing very, very little damage. This is a combination of we don't have the resources to set up multiple casters due to the restrictions of the run, and also just statistically he's not as impressive as some of the other magical characters. You'll notice I pivot over to using Evil Eye instead to delay the ads. Unfortunately, we don't have the resources to give Joshua a lot of CP right now either, so we do care about how much we delay. We can't delay things infinitely. But it's definitely worth it here to sneak in delays when we can. Since Grailsphere isn't needed for this fight, there's an argument to just dump all of our CP restoration equipment onto Joshua and have him
just delay for the entire fight because, again, he's not really doing that much damage anyway, and the delaying is very useful. And like I alluded to earlier, we get a new party member, Annalise. Annalise is pretty good in this game. I would compare her to Xin. I don't think they're that far apart, but I do think she's a lot worse. Annalise's main thing is you can do a side quest to get an incredibly broken personal sword right after she joins that gives her speed, strength, HP, arts, like just stats across the board. The problem is it falls off very quickly. It's not good for very long. This means that once you start getting better swords, she becomes useless because her stats are really, really bad and her line is also really, really bad. The one nice thing is that she does have one of the best strength buffs in the game. Of the physical characters that buff themselves, so her, Tita, and Xin, hers is the worst. It's not quite as big of a buff as Xin's, and it also is a defense debuff. But she's still very useful in the short term because she gets a new craft called Whirlwind Dance that's really, really good. It sucks enemies in. And the other delay from the last game is also still good. On to the side quest fight I was just talking about earlier. It's another one-on-one in a door where we have kind of a fixed stat Annalise. The first thing we want to do is queue up a heal because Richard always starts with his S-Craft, and then we want to strength buff and S-Craft him back to do a huge chunk of his health bar right off the bat. From there, we want to kind of throw items, keep ourselves alive. I throw the stat boosting items right away. Even though they don't heal as much, they give a nice speed buff. It's not huge, but it does help a little bit with reliability. And then from there, whenever we can get a turn to delay him, we take it, but if he's not going to get delayed, we usually just heal instead. Annalise luckily starts with CP boosting items, which we can use, like right there, to get extra S-Crafts off, something that Julia didn't have. Thankfully, this means that Annalise's fight against Richard is a lot easier than Julia's against Mueller. But like Julia's against Mueller, if we lose, we have to reload, save, and watch the whole cutscene again. There's no retry button. This one didn't take many attempts, though. I think literally 2. Overall, this fight's not that bad. The trickiest part is definitely finishing Richard off, knowing when to, you know, kind of just let your resources rip and try and chew through the rest of his health bar. We're getting close here, especially since we have an S-Craft ready also. The big issue with Richard is if he does Luminous Divider twice in a row, it will do like 8,000 damage, which is higher than any other combination of 2 attacks he can do, and can sometimes just decide to kill Annalise from an amount of HP that would normally be pretty easy to survive from. And here we have Annalise in the party for another mob fight. We bring her to this fight over Xin so she can build CP. That's the only reason. We even give her CP restoration equipment. It's going to be pretty useful in the next fight. This is also the only one of 2 fights in the whole game that we bring Annalise to willingly. Because most of the characters in this game are kind of mediocre, and we stick to the same core set of characters, most of which we're gonna be seeing a little bit later in the next chapter. And here we have a fight against Shara. So we bring Annalise to this fight over Xin because she's largely doing the same thing. Her offense is almost the same, and we don't need Xin's bulk, but she has this craft here called Whirlwind Dance, which, if we're lucky, will suck all of the adds into AoE for clock down or AoE spells or whatever. Here we get a little bit unlucky, and one of them doesn't get sucked in, but that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Shara, unlike Annalise, is also immune to clock down, which means she's a little bit scarier. But it's kind of the same deal. She's really only single target, sometimes she'll cast an AoE spell, but it's not that scary of a fight, especially since all of the adds are vulnerable to Chaos Brand and do a ton of damage. We do still want to clock down them at the start, because as you can see right there, we don't have time to Chaos Brand them all before they get a chance to act, and we don't want to take multiple hits from them while not Chaos Branded, because it does so much damage. Especially to Annalise, who has a massive defense debuff right now. But once everything's Chaos Branded, it's pretty easy from here. I think that clock down might have been a mistake. I think I forgot that she was immune to it. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's not like worth redoing the entire attempt because I had one bad turn. But I think I made a little oopsie there. I don't think that was intentional. You'll notice right now, even with like Olivier casting spells, our damage output isn't great. We don't have amazing ways to keep physical characters taking turns often, so Annalise isn't able to really burst Shara down, and Olivier, he hits pretty hard, more so than our other spellcasters, but not enough to the point where the fight goes by quickly. Damage is a big issue in third. It's kind of difficult to keep up our damage numbers when we're so limited on what quartz we have. We just do not have the sepith to constantly make whatever the best offensive quartz is at that point in the game. But once Shara is dead, we have a couple Chaos Branded adds to deal with. It's not difficult at all. And just like Annalise, once we beat up Shara, we get her as a party member. Heaven's Kiss. What makes her good is Heaven's Kiss. She is one of the best characters in the game. We're going to use her for almost the entirety of the rest of the game because of Heaven's Kiss. I'll show her stats on screen here. I'll show her line on screen here. But that's all there is to talk about. Heaven's Kiss the character. We love Shara. Moving on to the next fight. Now we're fighting Agate. We had one of the staples of SC, Shara, and now we're back-to-back fighting the next one in Agate. This fight's a little bit tedious. Both Agate and the two Minotaur-looking enemies that he comes with are very, very tanky. It takes a lot to take them down. Thankfully, they're vulnerable to clockdown, even if Agate isn't, so they don't get turns that often. You'll also notice we've replaced Olivier with Shara. I know I joked around and said Heaven's Kiss is all she offers, but there's a couple other things too. She comes at a very high level since she's one of the last party members to join, and she also is very tanky as far as the magical characters are concerned, so she can more reliably take hits from these enemies compared to Olivier. And she's just so good for action economy. Like here we can just dump our S-crafts and immediately get another section of, or selection of turns. We don't mind dumping CP there because this fight goes on for so long that we're going to get a lot of it back. You'll notice that Agate is already in his second phase and we haven't killed the adds yet. In fact, they aren't even halfway dead, or one of them isn't anyway. They just have so much health, and when they get low, it is a little bit scary. They do boost their strength and speed by a considerable amount, but thankfully, all of these enemies, for the most part, are just hitting one party member. Agate has a chance to hit everyone, but for the most part, we can kind of just keep up Earthwall and keep their speed down, and it's not super threatening. This fight stabilizes fairly quickly. Also, again, thanks to the Gladiator equipment from the start of the game, Kevin will have access to his S-Craft quite a bit. We also got a little bit lucky with CP up turns. We got a couple of 50 CP turns. So, That also helps with keeping Grailsphere up. From here, though, it's just whittling away and earthwalling whenever it's relevant. Whenever Zin gets turns to attack, he does do a lot of damage, but unfortunately physical attacks delay quite a bit, and we're not quite at the point in the game where we can safely set up Clock Up EX on everyone. It's still a little bit expensive to cast, and we can't afford too much time for setup. Now with both the ads gone, it's just Agate left, and the fight gets pretty easy. You'll notice that he has Dragon Dive as a regular craft with a really janky animation. I believe he's the only party member character that we fight that has an offensive S-craft like that. I know Kevin earlier can use Grailsphere as a regular craft, but I think Agate's the only one that gets an offensive one. I tried to go for a steal, because it's a pretty good accessory, and we do end up getting it on the second attempt, which is nice. We're kind of drained of resources here, and Joshua is forced to hit physically towards the end of the fight because it was just so long and draining. Just like the previous characters, we get Agate after we beat him. Agate's amazing in this game. He's super, super good. He still has Wild Rage 2. He still has Dragon Dive. He's still got a big strength stat and a big HP stat. He is super, super reliable. His problem in this game is his damage is nerfed quite a lot from SC. His S-crafts are no longer, like, far and away the highest damage in the game, for the most part. And to get Dragon Dive 2, which isn't even that much stronger than other S-crafts, he needs to get levels, but we do want to get him there for one major reason, and that is he's the only character that has his combination of huge strength and an S-craft that targets everything. And on top of that, he also has super frequent access to it, thanks to Wild Rage. So there's a lot of fights that Agate can carry in. Other than that, he has the same weaknesses as before. He has really, really bad line. He's sluggish because he's using physical crafts. He's Agate. Here we have a side quest with Agate. This is Tita's door from all the way at the start of the game, except now we can do part 2. We really, really want to do this because it gets Tita a craft called Orbital Gear, which is the mech you see her in as a boss in this this side quest here. It is a ridiculously broken craft, but it is not broken enough for us to use Tita outside of a couple more points throughout the game. And those points are either to catch her up in level or because she's forced. So basically, Orbital Gear gives her an insane boost to her stats and gives her insanely damage efficient crafts. When we're in endgame and using an underleveled Tita, she's actually going to be out-damaging a lot of our good characters, which is quite funny. But it does require some setup. You need to put her in the Orbital Gear, which you can't put buffs on her before you put her in the Orbital Gear, or else it will cleanse them, it will get rid of them, and then you need to, buff her after, so she delays you buffing your whole party, basically, especially with, like, AoE strength buffs. This is a 2-phase fight, by the way. We immediately go into the second phase here after the first. This fight is a little bit RNG heavy, but it's not too bad. You'll notice I get screwed over quite hard here, actually. You'll notice the boss does not cooperate and stays out of Agate's range a lot. This Forte that I cast is definitely not worth it. I think I get 1 or 2 attacks off with it on, and then it wears off, so I think it's better to just attack whenever you get the chance and to not strength buff. But yeah, not too different from all the other one-on-one side quest fights. This one is a little bit easier thanks to the fact that Agate is tanky and has delay. It's kind of like an easier version of the Annalise and Richard fight, but it's still pretty RNG heavy. We're just chucking items and stalling out until the boss decides to cooperate with us. Thankfully, the blind usually wears off in one turn, but here it doesn't, and I have to waste a chance to hit the boss, which is not very good. She's been very not cooperative and constantly running away. It's all random. The boss, I don't think, is weighted more heavily to do one action over another, so sometimes she'll stay in your face and you can kill her quickly, and other times she'll just run away and shoot missiles. We actually get a little bit down to the wire here. Agate runs out of EP completely. But thankfully, that last attack builds enough for an S-Craft, which closes it out. Here we move on to the boss of Chapter 4. This is another doozy, and you'll notice that Kevin doesn't have Grail Sphere. He's using his first offensive S-Craft, and it shits out damage. It's elemental, it's time-based, and these enemies are weak to time. It does a lot of damage even without hitting on the weakness, but here the damage is way too good to pass up. We also bring Agate. He's not going to hit quite as hard as Kevin, but he is going to be our second highest S-Craft burst damage character. And that's kind of all we care about in this fight. After we clear out the ads, which we want to do immediately, because they will make the fight basically impossible to win if we keep them alive. From there, the fight gets a lot easier. And although this boss is really, really, really strong, it's not particularly fast, and so we kind of have time to set up again after we clear out the initial round of enemies. We do have to be wary that we don't have the panic button in Grail Sphere. Also, I take a little bit of gamble right there. If he chose to attack, everyone but Agate, who was low on health, would have been able to survive that hit. So it wasn't too scary to Earthwall with Kevin, but I could have gotten really unlucky. From here, we just want to Wild Rage and spam S-Craft whenever we can with Agate. This is not like SC, where Agate wants to be like using his toolkit of a bunch of varied crafts that have useful effects, like impeding and delaying or whatever. A lot of the time, he wants to just S-Craft. Here we do actually let off one Dragoona Edge. I didn't S-Craft immediately because I wanted Agate's turn in case I needed him to respond to something bad the boss did. But I didn't end up needing it, so I just I just threw in a Dragoona Edge and then S-Crafted afterwards anyway because everyone's getting Heaven's Kissed. The boss is getting pretty close to dead here. We are not completely safe because Shara needs an Earth Guard. She's generally bulky enough to live a hit. Right here you can see that it only takes out a little more than half of her health. We also need to heal Agate here because we're going to need another Dragon Dive to help finish off the boss after this Heaven's Kiss, and he would not have had the health to Wild Rage with just one heal. We needed to double heal him with both Joshua and Kevin. But after that, last Dragon Dive finishes off the boss. Not too scary of a fight once you know the gimmick, but if you leave those ads alive for too long, it's game over. After that fight, before the next chapter, we get Estelle. She's back, and worse than ever. I know that I upplay Estelle in the past two games. In FC, I think she's the best character in the game by a lot, and in SC, I think she's a lot better than people tend to give her credit for. In this game, she is bad. She is really, really bad. She has bad stats, bad line, doesn't have really anything. LaForte at this point in the game is very easy to get, so even morale is like kind of useless. The good things about her is her S-Craft is genuinely good, her line is very upgraded, and she comes in out of the gate, ready to go. All of her slots are tier 2, she's a high level, she's one of the last characters to join, and she's workable out of the gate. She's also forced. She's also going to be forced for all of next chapter. which obviously would prefer to use someone else, but at the very least, this is the point in the game she's going to be the most competent, so if there's a time to force her, I suppose it is now. Moving on to Chapter 5. We get jump scared by a random encounter right away. We bring along Tita just to get her a little bit of extra XP. When I can bring along characters, it's often a good idea to bring along Tita because she is just so good in late game even when under leveled, but again, I don't think it's really worth getting her there for the rest of the game. But anyway, you'll notice that we don't have Kevin, and Kevin is going to be absent for this entire chapter. Kind of a pain in the ass because Kevin is really good, but what are you going to do? At least we have Reese back. Reese is really good. This might actually be her weakest chapter, but she's still a pretty good character nonetheless. We also bring Agate. I didn't really talk about it, but he dragon dived everything. And here we have our penultimate party member, Alan Richard. One of the most broken characters in the series. Not quite Kevin level, but holy shit, this guy is ridiculous. He comes in with a high level, upgraded line, fantastic S-Craft, all things that I said about Estelle, but outside of that, he also has fantastic stats, a fantastic line, one of the best lines in the game, actually. A ridiculous set of crafts. They have incredibly low delay and can be used multiple times in quick succession. They also don't have super high CP costs either, so he's very CP efficient, usually isn't in need of a gladiator belt. And yeah, he's just a monster. He's so good because he can like do a craft, and he can just spam the crafts and be the highest damage character in the game, or you can do one craft and then cast a spell. One craft, throw an item if it wasn't a challenge run, right? He's just so flexible. He can do whatever you want all the time. He's like an SNK boss character. Given to you for free. His only real downside is he joins a little late. Before we get into the rest of the chapter, though, we have a side quest with the Ravens, who are all really, really bad. They're all basically clone characters of each other, just with different stats, and we have to slog through a bunch of fights with them, and they all are terrible. They're all horrible, horrible characters. They are designed to be bad. This is a joke side quest. The one good thing about them, you'll notice, is the craft Shakedown, which is a 100% defense debuff. This sounds broken, but it's on characters that will oftentimes do 0 damage without it, so yeah, they stink. Just to give a quick rundown of the three, Rocco, the purple-haired one, is the bulkiest with the highest strength, so he can reliably take a hit when the other two can't. Ray, the red-headed one, has an extra point of movement, so he's more flexible in a lot of these fights. He's probably the best of the three. And the green-haired one, Dean, is like a wimp in lore, so he doesn't have Ray's extra movement or Rocco's extra stats. He's just bad. Something to note about this side quest is this is not the point that I did this. I'm just putting it here for like the video's sake because chapter 5 is literally 2 fights long. So I threw this side quest in now. I should have done this side quest where it is in the video, but I kind of forgot about it. So this is done early in chapter 6. I think after like the first boss of chapter 6 is when I run into this side quest. So the reward that we get from this side quest, which is a piece of gladiator gear, we don't use right away. If you're wondering why I'm not using it, it's because I didn't actually do it yet. But that is an improvement to the run, as I could have done it here instead and had that extra piece of gear, probably for Richard. But yeah, I'm not talking about anything that's happening in the fights because those strategies really aren't that interesting. I guess one more thing to talk about is I do grind. I do take on extra encounters here, a ton of them, to level up the Ravens just to make the side quest a little bit less painful. Although this technically breaks the rules of the challenge run, one of the late game doors requires like a comically large amount of encounters, which we can't get through required fights. So I use these throwaway side quests that don't matter as a way to farm that without actually impacting my main party or anything that matters. One funny thing about that grinding is this fight became more of a pain in the ass because I realized with a much stronger party, I could kill Agate without any of the ravens dying if I get really lucky. So I kept resetting this fight until I got really lucky to do it deathless. There was no reason to do this. It was just me being stubborn, and this fight was like an SC level fight because of that. But hey, you know, I broke one rule, but I still kept it deathless at least. Thankfully, after this side quest is done, we never have to see these three again. Well, that's not exactly true, but we never have to play as these three again. Because holy shit, they are worthless. And here we have the final party member, our last character to join, Ren. Really good character, but also really overrated character. She has the best line in the series. It comes fully upgraded and is a single line with no locked slots. She has pretty good stats across the board, and she's the highest level character in the game because, you know, she joined so late. She doesn't really have anything besides her line and her decent stats, though. Her crafts are all physical on a magic character, which is not great. Her second S-craft can still output good damage despite this. And her biggest issue is her HP is so bad. It's like Tita Josette levels of bad. She will die in one hit to a lot of enemies in this game, which really hampers her usefulness because we have other characters that don't die in one hit and have some strong niche over Ren, like Shara doing Heaven's Kiss, right? So, we'll use her for some things. She's never bad, but I think people that play this game casually will probably overrate this character. She's not super amazing. On to one of the most miserable boss fights in the game. Spiders. The spiders are a piece of shit. They are numerous. They are large in number. There's three of them that we have to deal with. Once one of them dies, there's a fourth, stronger one that spawns. If you read the descriptions of the enemies, the game hints at which one it is. On top of this, we have two ads. On one hand, we can Chaos Brand them. On the other hand, these enemies move around a lot, and the ads start quite close to us, so we're kind of lucky if we get one of them Chaos Branded and turned onto the enemy. The other one we're kind of just going to have to deal with. These bosses also apply quite a few status effects. They can lower our stats, they can poison us, they can, I believe, confuse as well. It's some status effect that we have resistance on to deal with. It's a mess. The good thing about this fight is that we do have Richard and Shara. We do have the duo of characters you're going to be seeing a ton for the rest of the game. This is also one of the first fights that we start by fully setting up, speeding everyone up, slowing all the enemies down. We want every little bit of stats we can get for this fight, and as long as we kind of get at least one of the ads confused and don't take too much heat, we don't get like hyper focused down because the start of this fight is a little bit RNG based, we do tend to have time to set up. And you can notice that the ads, when they do turn on the boss eventually, shit out damage just like in previous fights. They already have killed one of the three spiders for us. If that spider that moves close to us, if one of them even does move close to us, it's all random, is the one that makes the actual boss appear, that's a reset. But anyway, once we're set up, we get to see Richard go crazy. He has really two crafts that matter, which are True Luminous Ogre Slash, which is the one where he spins around and smacks them. This is like the most damage to CP to turn delay efficient move of all time. He just does it over and over again. And we have Reese kind of funneling him Holy Blessings to keep up his CP. He has Luminous Divider. This costs more CP than Ogre Slash. It doesn't have the stun chance that Ogre Slash has. But other than that, it's like basically the same craft. It does a little bit more damage, but the main thing we use it for is he like multi-thrusts, and it makes the enemy go into the damage animation a lot, so it's good for grinding sepith. His last craft is Luminous Wheel. It's a ranged impede. You'll see it sometimes, but it's bad for damage. It's mostly just a utility tool. So, we aren't really using it here. So yeah, Richard, just he's going to kill him real fast once we finally are set up. At this point, the fight is more or less stabilized. If we can get to the point where Richard's going crazy, we've pretty much won the fight. We do have him run back just to kill off the ads so it stops being annoying and clearing Earth Guards. One both upside and downside to Richard is because he acts so often and he goes to the enemy, he's always out of position, which on one hand, this means he's not in range of Earth Wall, so we oftentimes have to take an extra turn to Earth Guard him. And it also means that the enemy, a lot of the time, can only focus their melee attacks on Richard. This is a blessing and a curse. Sometimes it's hard to keep him alive. Other times it's great that he's getting focused because he'll survive one hit, we always heal him up, and he keeps the enemy's focus on him because he's dragged them to the other side of the map. There are other fights in this game where you will see Richard have to get a little bit lucky. I don't want to say lucky because it's not that lucky, but have to get a little bit lucky with not getting dogpiled on by enemies. Anyway, here's the actual boss. This boss can one-shot us. This boss is so strong that our party members are in danger of being one-shot, so we need to make sure we always have an Earth Wall available. We will Heaven's Kiss just to be able to Earth Wall. We will split up our characters so we can get away with just Earth Guards because they cast faster. And we will pretty much always have Earth Guard queued up, because if we do not have it on for even one turn, there is a chance that that character gets one shot. Richard, I think, is the one exception. Richard will survive a hit, which you see here that I let him be not Earth Guarded for a turn because he's the one character that can take a hit. We don't want Richard to get hit there because it's also a huge lifesteal for the boss, but we don't insta-lose. You'll also notice that we had Shara steal the quartz. A lot of bosses we don't care about stealing from because we don't care what quartz we get. But this one, I believe, is a gold gem, which is pretty invaluable at this stage in the game, so we want to make sure we guarantee that's the drop we get by stealing. Also, it gets Shara out of position so we can stick to regular Earth Guards, so it's not really that big of a lift, big of an ask. Anyway. Unfortunately, the boss moves out of Richard's range there, which is a little unfortunate, so we run up and single target Heaven's Kiss him to get him back on killing the boss, because we need this boss to die as fast as possible, and it still has a ton of health left. One of the funniest things, bad things to happen, and then recoveries from a bad thing happening in the whole run. Richard having actions in this fight is so important that it warrants the single target Heaven's Kiss. The longer we leave this boss alive, the higher of a chance it has to double tap someone. But after it's dead, we have finished off what is one of the most rough fights in the game. This one took a lot of permutations, a lot of different slight changes in setup that you don't really see, you just see the fight. But it was a pain in the ass. And with that, we're on to Chapter 6. We're starting off with a bunch of mob fights. Basically, we go to the schoolhouse from the past two games, and it's completely like monochrome. And there are these knights. We have to kill all of the colorless knights, all the black and gray knights. I have this sped up a ton. Just some quick notes. We have Agate in every fight because he just dragon dives them to kill them fast. We have Chloe because she's forced. And then we rotate our our fourth party member for whoever's the lowest level. This was a mistake, kind of. I'm actually not sure, because on one hand, it makes our characters more survivable. On the other hand, we probably should have focused more on some of the better characters, like Tito or Zin. But I think what I did here is fine. It's not the end of the world. There's probably some optimal way to split up this XP, but I just wanted the characters to be able to guarantee survive a hit. Also, we have Kevin back, and he's locked into the party for this chapter, as per usual. Moving on, we have the Ravens again! Woo! But this time as a boss. And we also have Ren's first outing in the party. We don't really care too much about this fight, to be honest. We can use kind of whoever we want because this fight's not too hard. And we do want to use Ren for the next fight, which you'll see why once we get there. But I just kind of stuck her in the party for both because she's fine here. In fact, she's quite helpful because her AoE spells do more damage than someone like Shara, and we don't really need Heaven's Kiss for that much. So, she does have a couple fights that she's good in, even though I called her not great earlier. But yeah, this fight is the same as it's been in the last 2 games. They've got some debuffs they can do. They hit kind of hard. They're vulnerable to speed down. Not much to talk about. We're just gonna hammer them with AoE, keep our earth walls up. We do have to hold back Richard a little bit. I say as I'm about to use an expensive craft to grind CP, but, or not CP, excuse me, sepith. But, we do want to hold him back a little bit because he wants to have CP for the next fight, which is going to be a little bit more challenging. It's not too bad. These are some of the easier fights in the chapter. This is just the first part. Chapter 6 is split up into a bunch of different dungeons, and each one requires a different party member. This one requires Chloe. You'll see some other ones later that require other characters, but they all require a certain character. Thankfully, all of the characters they require are good. They never saddle us with someone that's useless. And the later dungeons in this chapter are more difficult ones. This one is kind of the easiest of the bunch by quite a bit. The other thing about Chapter 6 is it is the longest chapter in the game by a mile. You'll just look, if you're this far in the video and still watching, I'm sure you'll notice that the timestamp is longer than any other. It's just super, super fight dense. Most of the game's fights are in this chapter, which is funny. There's just so many required boss fights, and most of them aren't pushovers. I mean, this fight's like a pushover, and you're seeing how many hits it takes to kill them. We don't have, like, super optimized damage output, so we're in it for the long haul here. It's a pain in the ass to go through in this run, just because of how much of a slog a lot of it is. And it's going to be even more of a pain in the ass to edit. I've edited most of it since I'm commentating it, but man, I do not like the video editing process. I like the playing the video game part of the process. On to the big boss of this area, Philip. He's an old man with a sword, and he's really not that scary. The scarier thing is the ads that are around him that are gonna hammer us with pretty strong spells. The way we deal with this is we cast Anti-Sept to mute them. I'm pretty sure we could have maybe had a slightly better setup and had Anti-Sept all on someone, but I wanted Silverthorn, and I don't have the best quartz to make these high-level spells right now, so I end up eating 2 of the Ragnablasts here. They cause Seal if they hit, which isn't that scary. The only person we cared about getting sealed are Kevin and Richard, and curing one of them, because only one of them are going to get sealed usually. Usually neither of them are going to get sealed, but generally I'm going to assume that at most one character is getting sealed. It's not that hard to recover from, so I don't really care that the other 2 are muted. But once they're all muted and confused, now we just kind of have to focus on Philip, who, while he is pretty scary, is not that bad because he's a boss that just kind of hits us. A lot of the time just hits one person at a time. So we can just Earth Guard and kind of never be in danger of dying. We also had Chloe use her 200 CPS craft. We do have to eat some hits, and the defense debuff is pretty massive. You know what else is massive? But yeah, we're going to use Chloe a couple times because of her S-Craft. The defense buff is very, very good. In the last game, it was good for the healing. Not so much the defense buff. In this game, it's the opposite. The healing is whatever, but the defense buff is incredibly strong. Once we're all set up, we have Richard do his thing and start beating the old man to death. He is going to be our main source of damage for the rest of the game in every fight that we can afford to use him in. he just is so much higher damage output than any other character in the game. And like I talked about earlier, you can see there, doesn't even need to deal damage, right? Sometimes it's better for him to hit, cast a utility spell, right? He's just so flexible. There are other characters that are more CP efficient. Like Tita can, with all her buffs, sometimes hit for like 6k off of a 20 CP craft. But when Richard can act like 3 times in the time that she takes to use one craft, it doesn't really matter that he's more expensive to use. Especially since, again, it's just, he's so good that it's worth it. There we see, speaking of which, Kevin using his CP gift. I'm not sure if I've used it already. I think I might have used it once or twice. It is a good craft, it's just that Kevin is so CP starved he doesn't get a chance to use it because it's expensive, but he can heal the whole party's CP. Not his own, it heals everyone but his own. But we can use this kind of in place of Holy Blessing to keep Richard's CP up, while we don't have a piece of gladiator gear for him. Again, this boss fight is done before I do the Raven side quest, so I don't have that item yet. Again, I should have done it earlier, but it's not that big of a deal. We do use the sacrifice arrow again, even though the fight is almost done, just to prep for later in the chapter. On to another moon door. Here we have Tita and Reese. Again, we're just trying to train up some of our less strong characters. This is a side quest back in Chapter 5. We could have done it there, but it's easier to wait to do it because we don't want Estelle in the party. She doesn't really need the experience at the moment because she's one of our higher level characters and she's kind of a brick in this fight. So we don't really want her. These enemies can apply Petrify, which is annoying. Petrify only counts as a death for us if the petrified character actually dies. So even though Agate gets petrified, it's not that big of a deal. We can cure it as long as he doesn't take a hit, which he's pretty unlikely to get hit here. We do risk his death. That right there was like a 1 in 4, 1 in 3 chance for him to get hit and die there. But it's fine. I don't really care that much about these random mob fights for my strategy to be as ideal and perfect as it can be. I kind of just want to get them over with because they're like not the fun part of the challenge run. They're not particularly difficult or interesting. Some of them are, okay? Some of them are, especially all of the mob fights in SC, but in 3rd, this game is not very heavy on mob fights. The early ones definitely feel more planned out than a lot of the later ones. But I could have prepped more. I could have come in with Petrify immunity. I could have optimized my damage a little bit more, maybe. Not brought Tita and brought someone that's higher damage. But these little extra levels that we can get on Tita do end up being worth it later on, so who knows. Eventually we get through everything though. Again, we don't have to worry about the petrified characters. They're not technically dead. One nice thing about Tita is she can cure status effects too. You don't see it that often because you really only see her in her regular non-mech form early in the game. You'll also notice we don't even use Orbital Gear. Again, a big problem with Orbital Gear is the turn of setup that it takes, that we don't have the ability to use it in some fights. No matter how strong it is, right? If we just don't have that turn to set up, then she never gets to use it. So I don't know. I think Tita's overrated in this game. I've talked about this already in this video. I think that there are better physical characters, mostly Agate and Richard. But again, we're going to get use out of her late game for sure. We also Wild Rage with Agate, but don't S-Craft to kill. Just so he has full CP next time we bring him to a boss fight, because we do need to bring him to boss fights to get levels for Dragon Dive 2. We also get a rare drop from that fight, which is really bad armor that lowers speed, but it does give a shit ton of defense. It's one of the highest defense boosting armors in the game. Speaking of side quests, we've been in another one here for a second now. This is another round of the arena. Actually, I think it might be the first round of the arena. I forgot I did it this late. But we're forced to bring Zin for this. We don't really care. He's pretty good. He's not like amazing at this point, but he can take a hit and can smack something for a little bit of damage. He's definitely fallen behind because we haven't been using him. Other than that, we're bringing along Agate. 1 for the AoE, and 2 because we just need him to get levels for Dragon Dive 2. So we need to be pretty liberal with getting Agate XP. He's not bad right now. It's just for him to do the stuff that we want him to do in the late game. He needs his Tier 2 S-Craft, and if we don't farm up characters, they will not get their Tier 2 S-Crafts. There's going to be a lot of characters with Tier 1 S-Crafts in the late game. We also bring Shara because she's, you know, broken. We opt not to bring Richard because this is a rare instance where Shara is better. These fights require a lot more utility than they do single target damage output. Richard is still good in fights with a lot of enemies because he can just kill one of them really fast, but not here, basically. Again, Zin's force, and we need to get Agate experience, so between Shara and Richard, Shara is the better choice here. Next, we have a fight against these sheep. This fight can be really annoying. We just have to make sure we place our spells right so that we catch them all and confuse as many as possible. Silverthorn, I think, is only a 90% confuse rate, so sometimes 1 or maybe 2 don't confuse, but we're fine taking hits from 1 or 2. It's just we have to make sure we don't, you know, let more than 1 be unconfused, basically. Because even though this is a side quest from a long time ago, these enemies do still hurt us. We are not particularly strong. Our defensive gear and quartz is lackluster, and although we're not insanely underleveled, we're probably a little bit overleveled for this point in the game because of how EXP scaling works. We are not as strong as we could be, right? That wouldn't be much of a challenge run if we were as strong as we could be, right? Here we move on to the last fight. A rematch with Gilbert and his mech. It's pretty similar to the fight in Chapter 1. We immediately S-craft with Agate. This is the boss fight that I alluded to earlier. And then we can Heaven's Kiss with Shara. The reason we Heaven's Kiss is actually not to queue up more things, but to spread out our characters, because he does the same thing he does in the prologue, which is he starts with a laser that has a 100% chance to freeze. So, unfortunately, I kind of misplaced my movement a little bit. I don't realize how low Agate's movement is going into the fight, so I have to use move on him twice, and it still has 2 characters get hit. Sorry, it doesn't have 100% freeze in this fight. I lied, and I'm not re-recording commentary because holy shit, I have so many hours to get through. It's a defense debuff in this fight. It's not a freeze in this fight. That's my bad. These ads are pretty scary. They do decent damage, and they have kind of a big AoE. And they don't go down to 1 Dragon Dive. So we do need to be on the defensive a little bit here and make sure we're healed up and able to take multiple hits at a time. Here we barely get off a max guard in time on Kevin. It's only because he was getting hit that we built enough CP, so a little bit lucky there, I suppose. I think I wouldn't need to rely on RNG if I placed my characters better at the start of the fight, but this fight is deep into an arena. I didn't want to replay the whole thing just to have a slightly better strat, so I didn't bother. I was also feeling pretty fatigued from Chapter 6 at this point, even though it was still pretty early on. I was just dreading the editing process, which, you know, I still am, even though I'm in the middle of it literally right now as I'm recording commentary. It is currently the 30th of July. It's about to be month end at work, and that's going to be a disaster, and I'm going to be working real late the next couple days, so I wanted to get a huge chunk of the however many hours of commentary are left, like 2.5 or something. I think it started around 3 tonight, so that it doesn't hold me up, because I've been slacking on editing this video a lot because SC was such miserable video to edit. There's a lot of mistakes. It's edited really poorly. The commentary is really sloppy. Not that the commentary is much better here, but I don't know. I just I wanted to make this video not as bad. I wanted it to be a little bit more succinct and a little bit more watchable. Not that I really care about a watchable product, but I don't know. I just wanted the run and the whole experience and presentation to be something that this game deserves, because this game is really good. So I'm just trying to get in a lot of that done today before I'm fucking mentally rinsed the next couple days. I've already slacked off on editing this video a lot. Here, something that I've been doing the past few turns that I haven't explained while I've been yapping is not explaining, but showing why stealing is not very good. You saw how many attempts it took Shara to steal there to get an item that would have dropped anyway, and at the end of the fight, you'll notice it doesn't drop anyway, right? You don't get an extra copy of the item. And in the same vein, if an enemy has a bunch of quartz they can drop, and you steal one quartz, they don't then drop another quartz, right? Right here, you'll see no drop from the enemy. Moving on to the next part of the chapter, we have Gisette just to get her some experience so she doesn't get one shot, and we also have Annalise, who's forced for this part of the game, and Agate to just S-craft the ads really quick. Annalise is underleveled and going to struggle to deal any meaningful amount of damage, but despite that, she's pretty good still, believe it or not. Both Whirlwind Dance and her Delay are very useful, and even underleveled Annalise is still going to be able to contribute in these fights. Jinyu also gives her stats. They're not great stats, but she does get a little bit of speed and a little bit of arts, so it keeps her less weak than she otherwise would be. Annalise is a character we will see a little bit more in late game, mostly because she's going to be forced a couple times, so this isn't the last time you'll see her, but it's going to be the last time you see her for a little bit. But she is going to be with us for a while. There's quite a few fights in this dungeon. I do like Annalise as a party member a lot in this game. I think she's very fun to use if you decide to, train her up and use her long term. I just like crafts that affect positioning a lot. I think they're really cool and something that the series kind of stops doing after Azure. But stuff like Agate's Flame Smash or Annalise's Whirlwind Dance, it's cool to try and manipulate the enemy's AI by knocking them back, or to make your AoEs more efficient with Whirlwind Dance, right? Like there's cool things you can do with the positioning crafts. I like them a lot. But once you get out of the grid-based system in the later games, they kind of don't exist anymore. A lot of the cool, nuanced stuff in this game's combat system doesn't exist in the later games. It's a shame, but also those games are slop anyway, so who cares? There's a reason I'm only doing the Sky Trilogy for this project and not anything more. Maybe I'll do the Crossbill games at some point. The problem is it's just I'm not motivated to do them because these games are so much harder. The Crossbill games are going to be a cakewalk, right? They're not going to be hard. Nothing is going to come close to SC or third in terms of difficulty, so why do them, even? I haven't been talking about this fight much. That's because there's not that much to talk about. It's 3 Grants. it's Grant and then the 2 Jaeger ones from SC. They all hit pretty hard physically, but that's it. They walk up and hit physically. Grant is the scariest because he has a chance to do an AoE, which you saw chunked Shara's health bar pretty heavily. Character like Ren or Chloe or Olivier, like some of the squishier casters, would be not as ideal here because it'd be more difficult to keep them in a range where they don't insta-die to something like that. Whereas Shara, again, she's pretty tanky, so it's not that big of a deal. You'll notice that we take the time to fully buff up Richard and have him just go and 1v1 an enemy in the corner. This keeps that enemy off the party and kills them pretty quickly, or relatively quickly anyway. So it's pretty good to do. He's going to do that in a lot of these fights where it's like a boss with strong ads next to them. Once he's done with one, he moves on to the next. He is a little bit drained of CP, so we're going to have to stop spamming crafts and kind of get him a little bit back for later fights. We also have Annalise delaying, even though it does 0 damage. It's very much worth it just to keep the enemy from clearing our earth guards. The spells that she casts are gonna do like 1,000 or something, somewhere in that range, which is, it's something, but it's not better than a delay. We also have Shara cast here instead of Heaven's Kissing. It's not always worth it to Heaven's Kiss, and Shara's not a bad caster. She's not the best. She does have a lower art stat than the like truly dedicated casters, but she's still almost hitting 4K with an Napalm Breath. It's not like shitting out damage like Richard is, but it's also far from negligible. Shara doesn't have the greatest weapons, unfortunately. There's not that many whips that give like good stat boosts. There's more than there are guns that give good stat boosts, because there's 0 guns that give good stat boosts, but he's definitely not one of the casters that get like really good weapons like Kevin or Chloe or Reese. There you'll see, actually, Annalise hitting for 1 damage. She doesn't even deal damage with her spells yet. I thought she did, because she does in later fights, but apparently she needs levels for that first. I'm assuming I might have done that aerial for just CP, because she's going to be delaying a lot in every fight. Not every fight that she's here for, but for several. Here I have Richard actually move on to Grant before we kill the ad, just because the ad is getting perma-delayed by Annalise. Since he's not damaging us, there's no reason to kill him first. And Grant's already low. By the time Richard had started attacking him, he'd already taken a good amount of damage from the spellcasters. We also have Richard just hitting the attack command a lot. This last enemy's not that threatening, he doesn't have too much more health, and the spells are going to do most of that, so we can build up CP on Richard and Annalise. There's a lot of these fights I could have just dumped resources over and over and over again and ended them faster and had a shorter video that's not 4 and almost 5 hours long. But I think the CP management aspect of this run is really, really cool, so that's why I have that rule there, even if it can be a little bit tedious sometimes. Next up, we have Karna. Spoiler alert, after this is going to be Kurt. Karna is the most difficult of the 3 by far. She has her same really annoying moveset from SC. And while Kurt was brutal in SC, he's not really too bad here, because the thing that makes him brutal in SC is he's a ridiculous stat wall, whereas Karna actually has a scary moveset, so she's going to be the worst of the bunch to fight. We want to kind of use the same strat from SC a little bit. We do want to pay attention to when we're casting it, and sometimes, you know, use that to bait out impedes. Like right there, for example. Those impedes don't one-shot any of our characters, even Annalise, we can reliably take them. And even though it does stop us from casting the spell, usually we can cast the spell again pretty quickly. It's usually not that great for the boss. So we can kind of use her moveset to our advantage in that regard. Here we use Whirlwind Dance to make sure that we get clock down on all 3 enemies here. Once again, this craft is really good. We only use it like 4 times, something like that, in the whole playthrough, but every single time it's like placed and meaningful. And that's kind of my favorite type of tool in these games. So, yeah, big fan. I always like when you have characters that when they're under-leveled, you know, they still have ways to contribute that are meaningful for like points in the game or force or whatever. And Third is full of that. I think Third is like a really, really well-designed game for the most part. Even though there's some, you know, fights that are annoying, and there's some old Trails-isms that kind of suck, mostly enemy movesets being completely random what they decide to do. But yeah, I think this game for the most part is really well designed. A lot of cool boss fights, a lot of cool party members. Yeah, it's such a fun game to play. It's like the best gameplay in the series, bar none. Also, although it's a very difficult game, And it's very rare that I will call a turn-based game difficult. I think that most turn-based games are easy because you have infinite time to think, and even if you don't have infinite time to think, like you're playing a Final Fantasy or something, I mean, those games just aren't that hard, right? So it never really matters. But third is a genuinely difficult game when you're kind of playing a low resource like this. It's not as bad as SC, but SC is like bullshit. This game, it's usually your fault. There's some fights that can fuck you over, but for the most part, if you lose, you can do something better in your setup. It's probably your fault. It's cool. That's awesome. Love it. You'll see Annalise on a strength up turn, finally hitting 4 digits on an enemy. Karna on a crit turn is pretty scary there. I don't know if she could have one-shot Annalise. I don't even know if she was in range of Annalise. Richard would have survived and the other two were Earth-guarded, so it's not that scary, but I suppose we did get a little bit lucky that she chose not to attack on a crit turn. Yeah, Scattershot did about 10k, and crits are a 50% boost, so it would have been close to one-shotting Annalise. It would have been on the line, for sure. We also don't use Annalise's buff in any of these fights for that exact reason, even though her damage would increase a lot, like, noticeably. It would put her in one-shot range, which we don't want. Her self-buff will get some use. It already has gotten some use, to be fair, and it will also get some use again later in the game, but for now, we can't afford her to die. Kind of the same thing as the last fight is we kill off one of the ads with Richard, then kill the main boss, delay the other ad before, switching focus. Here, Annalise's CP was drained a little bit more. We were kind of more liberal with her crafts just because this fight was more difficult. So, we definitely want her to try and build up a little bit here again. She's going to be so drained of CP in the last fight of this area that she's not going to be able to delay that often. But also the last fight is one of the easier ones, so we don't mind too much. And here we have Kurt, both in his Jaeger form and his actual form, which I don't believe Kurt gets fought. No, he does get fought in both games. I was going to say, I don't think Kurt gets fought in both games, but that's a lie. You fight him in the arena in FC. It's just he doesn't have his full moveset there, and he isn't that scary. Once again, we do the same thing. We whirlwind dance them so that we can guarantee the clock down on everyone, and then we start setting up. Unfortunately, Kurt does know his defense buff, and his Jaeger self has an AoE version of the self buff, so he's going to have all of his stats boosted pretty frequently, and that's very annoying. We can still, thankfully, have Annalise delay one of the ads to kind of neuter them, but this does become a little bit of a slog compared to the other fights, to the point where we actually use Phantom Pain to strength down them, just in case we get focused too hard, so we don't have to eat their strength buffed attacks. I don't know if this is the only use of Phantom Pain, but it's one of a few. It's a pretty good spell. The problem is there's only so much setup that you want to do, because you can't just spend all your turns setting up, right? Your goal is to kill the enemy. You have to start damaging them eventually, but there are some fights where Phantom Pain is worth it. But usually, if we aren't in danger of dying, we have no reason to Phantom Pain, because we're not in danger of dying. Oh no, it makes us less in danger of dying. They have 15% reduced strength, and instead of two-shotting us, they two-shot us. Like, it's, it's kind of pointless, but some fights it's good in. There's a lot of spells like that in third, that they have their moments. One cool thing about this game is kind of a boss rush game. There's not that many mob fights, and usually what makes status effects so good in the Trail series is the huge amount of mob fights. They have a ton of forced mob fights in these games. So status effects are very strong. I mean, look at fucking FC, right? But here in third, you have either bosses that summon ads that are not immune to status effects, or you have certain effects able to be used, certain status effects able to be used against a lot of bosses. So
You still get a lot of mileage out of most status effects in this game. It's just they're not as universally applicable as other games. Here you'll see Kurt hit really hard with his S-Craft and almost outright kill Kevin. He would have died if we did not Phantom Pain earlier in the fight. So, just goes to show, sometimes it is needed. Sometimes you need the extra bulk. We probably could have used Crest instead, but I think Phantom Pain might have been easier to get. I don't know, they're both pretty easy to get. I guess we could have used Crest instead, but it doesn't matter, I guess. Crest is a little bit more of a defense buff, but it's also only physical defense. And technically these enemies can attack magically. They do have a Shadow Spear craft. So. One thing that's a bit of a shame in this game is Kurt's not a playable character. He's the only playable character from the past 2 games that's absent. I would have loved to see Kurt instead of Josette because, you know, he would have actually been good. The AoE defense buff would have been nice in some fights, and Shadow Spear craft also would have been nice in some fights, but oh well, we get him as a boss instead. Tragic that they kind of forgot about him. On to the last fight of the chapter. We're fighting Kilika and 2 Minotaurs. Couple things to note about this fight. If my CP numbers look wrong between now and the next fight, it's because this is not the actual fight of the run. This is the last fight I did on my old PC before I got my new one, before my old one shit the bed. And I must have just, I don't know how, because I literally moved my hard drive from my old PC to my new one, so I don't know how I lost this one clip, but I did. I didn't have the footage for this boss fight. There was a fight in FC and a fight in SC I forgot to record for, and now we have a fight that magically disappeared. There's always one. I used the same strat that I did, it's just, I think this attempt goes a little bit cleaner than the one that I actually used, so again, if anything looks inaccurate, I didn't cheat. It's just, this isn't the fight that I used. Or sorry, this isn't the footage from the actual fight in the run. I don't know how it got lost in transition from one computer to the other, but whatever. As far as the strategy here, it's kind of the same as the last 2. We want Richard to go hard on one of the ads, and then everyone else focus on taking down the other. We don't want to focus down the boss this time because Annalise does not have the resources to permanently delay the other ad. Also, these enemies can gang up on Richard, and between an Earth Guard and his health bar, he takes 2 hits, and then the 3rd hit will kill him. And there are, if you can see on your screen, 3 enemies. So there are a couple times where they take 3 turns in a row before we have a chance to Earth Guard Richard that he can potentially die. It's not super likely because the Minotaur enemies like to go for the closest character, and Richard is kind of pushing one off to the side while the other is wailing on the main party, so it's not very likely for Richard to get ganged up on and die, and as long as we play safe, we can almost always respond and get him healthy again, so it's a little bit of an RNG factor in the fight, but not a major one. But it did cause maybe 1 or 2 resets. If that, it might have been literally 1 reset. Once we kill one of the Minotaurs, the fight loosens up a lot. Now we're much less in danger of someone just getting bursted down and dying. We also would have liked Richard to Earth Guard there, but unfortunately it would have given the boss a crit turn, so it's not worth.
Kilika is not that scary of a boss. She does have a pretty strong AoE attack in Petal Dance, but honestly, the only thing that's sketchy about her is her S-Craft. This is the reason we don't kill her first, is because we don't want her to get to low health and be able to start using it. We would rather take out the ads first so we can guarantee everyone's always Earthguarded up, because like in SC, it's pretty difficult to tank S-Crafts, especially with characters like Annalise that are not that bulky, same with Kevin, that are not that bulky. There's definitely a danger they get one shot. There are times we have to cast Earthwall anyway, even though we don't have that many characters like unprotected, because there's a chance she just AoEs and ruins our day, so we kind of have to be preemptive with our Earthwalls a little bit in this fight. There's a lot of times in this game so far, and in previous games, we've been very preemptive with our Earthwalls. Like right here, for example. If we cast a single target Earthguard on Kevin, well now we risk the other two, you know, taking a hit if they can't get Earthguards off in time. Especially since Richard still already needed one. We're going to have Annalise move over to start attacking with magic. Kilika can't be delayed, so that's not very useful, and Annalise's physical attacks without her strength buff are lackluster. Unfortunately, we're also just out of range with Richard, but that's fine. His magic stat is quite good, and you'll notice he does decent damage with his spells. Honestly, pretty comparable to the actual casters on the team. And it gets him some CP back, too, so we don't really mind when Richard has to cast spells. It's just it's more damage efficient for him to use crafts. They only do slightly less damage than a spell, and he acts way quicker. Here we see her S-Craft. Thankfully everyone's Earthguarded up, so we don't really have to worry. It does mean that we kind of have to panic to start Earthwalling again, to the point we're using it on Richard, even though he's our big damage character, just to guarantee we get it off in time, because, you know, his turn was the fastest in the order. I believe she only S-crafts once. I don't know if the fight goes on long enough if she can do it again, but we're not really in danger anymore because she's going to die well before that can happen. With the arts boost from her sword, Annalise is doing, I don't want to say okay damage because it's pretty bad, but it's more than you would expect from a character that's, you know, kind of underleveled and not good at magic in the first place. And after this, she's going to get benched for a while. This is the last fight we need her for. On to one of the military-based fights. Before we start talking about the fight itself, you'll notice the quality has dropped greatly. You know how I said the last fight was the last one I recorded on my old PC? Well, this is the first one I recorded on my new PC, and forgot to switch my recording settings to not be a blurry, dog shit, unwatchable mess, so unfortunately this fight is going to look a little ugly. But it's okay. We come into this fight with kind of our main party at this point. It's all the characters that have been seeing liberal use. We bring Agate for the AoE, and again, also we just need to drag him through so many fights to have him hit Dragon Dive 2 in time. We bring Richard for damage. We bring Shara for action economy, and Kevin is forced, and even if he wasn't, we'd want him anyway for GRALSRITTER. Sid is pretty much the same fight he is in SC. He casts big high-level spells, and has a couple scary physical attacks, and is surrounded by a bunch of ads. And you'll notice they're shooting paint rounds, which is fun. Fun little callback to FC there. This fight's one of the scarier fights in the chapter, just because there's so many enemies, and it's kind of difficult to constantly keep up our Earth Guards, and they hit hard, especially Sid and his spells, but also the ads hit really hard too, and we don't have time to confuse them all either, so we have to have Richard on like full support duty starting off this fight. We also don't have turns for Agate to constantly be wild raging and S-crafting because we can't Heaven's Kiss him with Shara, so we're on the back foot for a while here. Eventually, Kevin's able to confuse everyone, and from there, the fight loosens up quite a bit. We still need to use another Grail Sphere, unfortunately, but now we can clock up Richard and have him start, you know, actually taking down Sid. Thankfully, Sid is more of like a mini boss than like a full-on boss. He has not that much health compared to some of the enemies we've fought already. Which, you know, I'm thankful for, because it would be miserable if he had like full-on super tanky nightmare boss health with all of these adds. It would be pretty awful. He's already pretty bulky for how sketchy this fight is. We do have one ad stuck attacking us, which is a little bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world because they won't one-shot us. Unfortunately, Sid is getting a turn, so we do need to Earthwall, just in case he decided to, you know, attack someone physically. It sucks that he landed on a heal turn because of it, but what are you going to do? Agate's bulk does come in clutch there, though, a little bit. You'll notice that he is perfectly healthy after eating a hit from an enemy, which most characters are usually not. He's got a lot of HP and defense, to the point where he takes the hit and is still able to Wild Rage. We finish off the ad with the Dragon Dive just so we don't have to re-up an Earth Wall. It's just kind of annoying to have to re-up it twice. So we just have him finish it off with an S-Craft. He'll have time to Wild Rage again before the end of the fight anyway. We're not too worried about Richard taking a hit from Sid. He two-shots him, but that doesn't matter. We can just heal him as long as he doesn't get one shot. Here, Agate gets off a Wild Rage, so next time we use him, he'll have that ready. Agate actually using a utility craft for once. It's funny, because in SC, he's Dragoona edging, or attempting to Dragoona edge, like, every time Sid casts a spell, but here, you know, we use it at the end, because why not? Onto the only monster chest in the game, and it's these dog enemies once again from FC. We have the same party going into this fight. These enemies are chumps. Agate's about to kill them all with an S-Craft. You can see that even the random encounter turn bonuses like Death Blow are available. This is like a joke fight. Here we move on to Amalthea. This is a good time to mention that it's hard to notice who the forced character is here if you haven't played the game, because these are all just strong characters we've been using whenever we get a chance, but it's Richard. Richard is required for this part of the game. We would have brought him to every fight anyway, so that is effectively not blocking a slot, right? That's just freeing us up to use other good characters like Agate or Ren and Chloe, who will both get a fight that they're used for after this. Here, we use Agate to delay an ad, but he has Death Blow on. I think he has Death Blow on just to get time spells, or maybe it was to... No, sorry, he doesn't have Death Blow on to get time spells, although it helps with that too. He had Death Blow on for the ads in the Sid fight. And I go to delay an enemy, and he just kills it. He just one-shots it. So, I mean, I suppose that is delaying the enemy. It's delaying them permanently, right? Once everything's Chaos Branded, this fight's not too bad. Amalthea is the same she is in the last game. She plants a lot of mines. Kind of annoying because she always acts immediately, so it just takes a while. She's got kind of scary AoE attacks. She applies Seal to Richard, which is kind of annoying, but we're still kind of setting up at this point anyway, so it's not too bad. We have Kevin cast Death Scream just for the chance at the death blow on the ads. Speeds up the fight if we can get it off on them. We had already kind of stabilized at that point. It wasn't that scary, but, you know, don't want it to take longer than it needs to. These fights are so long already, and there's so many of them that I do slowly that, you know, gonna make up a little bit of that lost time. Unfortunately, Agate misses his Dragoona edge there. It's not that big of a deal. It takes one more turn than it would have otherwise to kill that guy, but a little bit annoying. It's always a little bit annoying when you don't have any like accuracy debuff or whatever and you miss. There are some greatswords that have accuracy debuffs, but whenever one of those has been equipped, there's been a hit force to counteract it. I recast Silverthorn there just because I'm not sure how long Confuse is lasting. Generally, status effects and buffs last a very long time at this point in the game. Our stats are high enough that they take forever to run out, but we are still at a point where they will feasibly run out, so I just casted the Silverthorn just in case. But it didn't end up mattering. Here I consider letting Agate get a Wild Rage off, or just killing the boss, and the boss ends up not dying. I decided to just kill the boss, but the boss ends up not dying, so we do get a Wild Rage off with Agate anyway, which is convenient. Here we have a fight with Ren. This is a side quest back in the dungeon with Annalise. We just do it now because I didn't feel like switching around my party until now. I waited till I switched around my party to have Ren in it again, basically. It doesn't matter when we do it. The side quest is to get her S-Craft, but her line is so insane that we just give her super strong AoE spells that quickly kill these enemies. We kind of have a Gamble God strat because they can act in such a way that she just dies, but, you know, they can also act in such a way that she bursts them down and kills them really quickly because she does a shit ton of damage. Speaking of Ren, we bring her along for this fight against Morgan. Agate is fine at this point. He does need a lot more experience, but we're going to get it from a fight that gives more experience than this one. So we switch over to someone that's a little bit more useful here. And Ren is like pretty good filler for our fourth slot, again, just because her spell list is so insane, and this is not a fight where she's in danger of getting one shot because the boss, General Morgan, takes a turn to run over to us, so he's never going to hit her turn one. Thus, her bad bulk is not that much of an issue because we'll always have an Earth Guard on her after that. Morgan is not too scary. He hits really, really hard. He does a lot of damage, but all he really does is attack us, and he's vulnerable to clock down, so he doesn't even attack us that frequently. On top of that, his big special attack isn't an actual S-Craft. It's just like a regular move, so that doesn't have much of an implication gameplay-wise like it does in later games, but it just means that there's no cut-in and big animation. Because we can Chaos Brand the ads, we're just going to have Richard focus down the boss again. Here we see his big move, Beast Dance. Pretty cool animation, to be honest. It's just, they didn't feel like giving him an S-Craft, unlike the other old man that does get an actual S-Craft, which is pretty funny. We cast Shadow Spear on the ads because they're vulnerable to instant death. It's a 1 in 5 chance. And it's not that big of a deal if we don't hit it. It does help, right? Because then it lets us focus more efforts on Morgan, but we're going to be Earthwalling every time anyway. So we just gamble on the Shadow Spears to speed up the fight. This fight is also just something that goes to show kind of what I was explaining with Ren and why she's not super amazing earlier, is that, like, she's good in this fight because she's pretty high damage and has a really flexible spell list, but she's good in this fight because this fight is already easy to stabilize. And in an easy to stabilize fight, we can use whoever the fuck we want, right? It doesn't really matter. She just happens to have better spells, so she makes the fight faster, right? Because she hits for 6.4k on the Cyclone Napalm, which is a shit ton. So, I don't know. It's like she's like a win more character, is what she feels like. She makes already winning fights a cakewalk, but she's pretty rarely the solution to a difficult fight. Philip is like the only fight in the game that Ren is actively part of the solution. But hey, she's not bad, so like I said, we do get some use out of her. With that, Morgan's dead, and it's just one Chaos branded ad left. I would have liked that Shadow Spear to insta-kill just so the fight's over, but we're gonna be here for just a little bit longer. Honestly, I probably could have cast regular spells there, but thankfully the Shadow Spear killed. On to one of the most iconic bosses in third, Cassius. You'll notice at the start, he almost one-shots Chloe outright. This enemy, despite only being a single enemy, is one of the scarier fights in the game for sure. There's also a little bit of RNG even turn 1. He does have a AoE delay that he can loop if he wants to be an asshole, so if he does that over and over again at the start of the fight, we just kind of lose. But it's okay. That armor end move right there, that is the delay. But if we can survive turn 1, we're in the clear at least for a little bit. We have Chloe. We bring Chloe to this fight for the defense buff. You saw how much one of his regular attacks did. His stronger attacks will one-shot us, and we absolutely need the 50% defense to survive. We would have preferred to bring someone that's a little bit higher damage, but none of those characters can live, so, or help us live. So, we get Chloe instead. This is kind of Chloe's last big hurrah, though, so, you know, at least her final, like, super impressive moment in the party is, you know, during one of the trickier fights in the game, during one of the more infamous fights in the game. Richard, on the other hand, needs to lock the fuck in, because he whiffed right away, right at the start of the fight, and that's, you know, a great start. Great start against a boss that's super bulky and a lot can go wrong in. Overall, Cassius, his big weakness is that he is just one enemy, so he's not too scary. We need to make sure we're Earthwalled at all times because his S-Craft Phoenix Wave, on top of looking really cool, will one-shot the whole party. And we don't have the ability to, you know, proxy puppet everyone right now. So it's easier to just make sure that we're Earth Guarded. The other thing that Cassius can do is he has a chance to buff his strength and speed by a pretty big factor, and that makes the rest of the fight from when he does it very, very difficult because he acts so frequently. And the more he chooses to do attacks like Armor End and Lightning Flash, the more and more winning becomes impossible once he has a speed boost. Thankfully, though, he's a little bit kind to us. It takes him quite a while to buff in this fight. I don't even know if he does buff in this fight, actually. But if he does buff, it's not until very late into the fight. So, we got a little bit lucky there. This fight is still very winnable if he buffs early, especially if we have the defense buff from Chloe, because it usually lets us take one extra hit over what we normally would. Since it essentially reduces damage by half. It's not actually damage by half, it's more like by like 25%. Because it's not a damage reduction, it's boosting the character's defense. So 100% defense boost would be half damage. So 50% defense boost would be a 25% damage reduction. Anyway, point is, it's a big defense boost. It will oftentimes either let us take an extra hit or put us in the range where if we get hit, a heal will get us back up to the range where we can take another hit, right? It's no more near-death scares, at least until it runs out, which I think it does towards the end of the fight. Other than that, we're just wailing on him. We're just trying to do as much damage as humanly possible. I do greed a little bit, and take the sepith from the luminous divider there, when really the most efficient thing to do is ogre slash over and over again, so I don't have to do that attack right there to build CP, but it's fine. It's fine. This attempt wins anyway. Our casters are kind of doing peanuts to him, unfortunately. He's a very, very bulky boss. Kevin and Shara, who are normally, like, average damage party members, are doing less than 2k a hit. Chloe, on the other hand, is a little bit stronger. She does break 2k, and she's one of the stronger casters. She is a bit under-leveled here. But really the only person that's outputting a ton of damage is Richard. But even Richard, you know, each ogre slash is doing less, so these spells over and over again, when there's a lot of them, do add up. And again, we want to burst down Cassius as fast as humanly possible. I say this is not a fast fight at all because he has so much health, but really we want to be hitting him as much as we can. At this point, our buffs have run out, and we have to re-up them. Again, we've gotten very lucky, and Cassius has not decided to buff himself. That is the scariest part of the fight by far, and you know, we haven't had to engage with it. He just keeps hitting. He just keeps attacking. Richard once again is out of CP. I opt to cast a spell this time instead, just because Cassius is pretty low. And Richard does actually do quite a bit of damage because Cyclone Napalm is a very strong spell. We're also preempting our Earth Walls a lot, just assuming that he's going to do something to clear all of them. If he did buff, we would have Grailsphere to help cover some of those hits that we're taking. So again, the fight is very possible if he decides to buff himself, which usually he will. You'll see here I Grailsphere anyway, just for funsies basically, because I've been sitting on it and I didn't need it. But it would have been burnt earlier, you know, in response to him potentially getting multiple turns in a row. We would also be Heaven's Kissing a lot more. Shara's kind of had every turn to just deal damage, but that would be another tool we have to combat his extra speed from his buff. Here he does get a double turn and gets to chunk Kevin for a lot, but thankfully Kevin does take one hit before he dies. We do immediately heal and Earthguard. Actually, Grailsphere, but Earthguard effect. Just to make sure that he doesn't die. I was like panicking because I didn't want this fight to have to do it again. Not because it's super duper hard, but just because it takes a while and it's pretty random. It's pretty RNG heavy. But yeah, that's Cassius done. Generally considered one of the harder fights in the game. A little bit overrated with how difficult it is. It's more just RNG. I kind of don't like the Cassius fight that much. At least this version of it. There's one later on that I think is a lot more fun. Moving on to Sky Pirates, the Capua family, minus Josette. For this last part, Joshua is forced into the party again. He, once again, is still pretty good. He's not bad, but if he had already fallen off before when he was caught up to the rest of the group, he's going to be a lot worse now that he's, you know, lagging behind. But thankfully, none of the fights... Well, I shouldn't say none of the fights. Most of the fights, when we're in the Black Ark here with Joshua, are not too bad. This fight is pretty easy. I do this fight pretty sloppy, to be honest. And it's still not that big of a deal. These enemies are surprisingly bulky, and Agate is still stuck on Dragon Dive 1. We bring him along anyway, just because the AoE still helps. It's better than like a shitty spellcaster doing a full map AoE, and Ren is in danger of dying. I mean, you can see that Richard got really low. If that was Ren, she'd be dead. So, once again, even though this would be a fight on paper, she'd be really good in for strong AoE spells, we can't take her due to the risk of her dying in the Deathless run. Once again, we opt for Death Scream here, just because sometimes it insta-kills. And again, the high damage AoE spells, Ren's really the only person that's ever going to have access to them. Other characters can have access to them, but you have to tailor their entire line to them getting access. Olivier actually also has like barely a worse line than Ren. It's just one Mirage Lock, so he could pretty feasibly get them too, but he is pretty far behind at this point, so he would run into the same exact problem that Ren does of just getting one shot. But like a lot of these other fights with a lot of enemies, once we thin the herd and take out a lot of the adds, the fight becomes pretty stable and not too difficult. We have Agate spamming a lot of crafts right now. It doesn't matter. I probably should have just had him S-craft anyway. Agate's not doing that much damage at this point because genuinely he's not that good for this fight. The S-craft is useful to like maybe deathblow some of them. I'm sure I had deathblow ports on him, but I don't know. We're just bringing him to try and make sure that he hits Dragon Dive 2 in time, which he does. It was definitely worth bringing him to these fights because he's not horrible. He's not like a brick for these fights. He's pretty good. He's just not optimal, but he's not like super suboptimal, right? We're bringing him to the fights where he's still really good, just not like ideal necessarily. And some fights he is ideal for. Like a lot of the mob fights in the early parts of Chapter 6 he is ideal for, so we want to bring him anyway. We're also finally coming towards the end of Chapter 6 here. This is the last dungeon. This is the last couple boss fights, and they are long ones. They are bulky ones, but after this, we're kind of finally going to move into endgame. I have not had fun putting in clips. I've not had fun recording commentary. The block of commentary before this one is like the longest I've one-shot a piece of commentary, and I did not stop and correct myself or re-record anything, and had to make correct mistakes in the moment. It's like an hour-long audio file. Next up, we have a boss fight against all of the Enforcers minus Ren, and this fight is kind of miserable. It's definitely the hardest fight of this area. Walter will immediately start off with his S-Craft, so we need to counter that with a Grail Sphere. We also have subbed out Agate for Shara. I don't know why I said Eric. I'm going to call him Eric for the rest of the video now. We subbed out Eric for Shara. But all three of these enemies work the same way they do in SC. Walter is fast and hits hard. Blue Blanc does a bunch of annoying status effects, and Lucy throws fans and also does a bunch of annoying status effects. These characters also drop, or don't drop. Well, I think they might drop it too, but it's mostly you steal it. Some really good weapons, so we are going to yoink some weapons off of them. LeBlanc has the best gun in the game, and Lucy has either the best or second best whip in the game. This fight is a lot of stabilizing, though. This fight is a lot of just trying not to die. They kind of have an onslaught of really annoying moves to deal with. And there's not like a way to resist the status effects LeBlanc applies because it's like unique to this encounter. We also get really unlucky. This is an attempt where we get trolled really hard and have to constantly be recovering. While it does drag out the fight, like I mentioned a couple times earlier, I do think it's important to include attempts like this, where things don't go well and how you kind of recover is also shown. Because if every fight you just like restart till you get the optimal everything and everything goes perfectly, then it's, you know, what's the point? Anyone can do that, you know? Anyway, we start moving Shara up so we can begin to steal. And we also move Richard up with her. So he's in range of all enemies, and also we can potentially save turns by Earth Guarding, or Earth Walling the two of them instead of having to cast 2 Earth Guards. Same thing with moving Josh up. The only reason we don't move Kevin up is he had to Grail Sphere. But now Shara is unfortunately not going to be able to Heaven's Kiss because she's going to be spamming steals until we get the items off of these bosses. Thankfully, they had the foresight of having steals recover incredibly quickly. You'll notice that her steal recovers faster than Richard just using the move command, which is something that recovers generally pretty quickly. And there we go. That's the best gun in the game. I don't think this was even necessarily worth it because it's still pretty bad, but, you know, we had a chance to grab it, so I tried to grab it. Afterwards, we want to focus down LeBlanc very, very hard. We want him dead as fast as possible, and thankfully, I believe he does have the lowest health of the 3. He might not. It might be Lucy that has the lowest health of the 3, but he goes down faster than some of the previous bosses at least, which, again, is good because he's obnoxious and annoying to fight, and I hate this boss. Something that I forgot to mention is you'll notice this is one of the only times we use Petasphere, the movement debuff. This is to get us some extra time to set up early in the fight, and at this point it kind of helps because now Walter is pretty predictable in what he does because he's stuck not moving very far every turn. He can always laser bullet and be an asshole, but as long as he doesn't do it literally every turn, it's actually pretty debilitating for him to have that movement debuff. But here, Richard is just, again, killing LeBlanc as fast as possible, getting him out of the fight so we don't have to deal with him anymore. We do trigger his S-Craft, but we don't really care because it's only single target, and Richard would have been able to live it. Everyone else was Earth Guarded, so it's not too scary. Whereas Lucy, we kind of want to not get her on low health right away because she does have an AoE S-Craft. We do take chances to impede. It's super worth it because even though it costs a lot of CP, Richard does still recover from it quickly, even if he doesn't recover from it as fast. LeBlanc's pretty close to dead here, so I thought it was clever to start hitting Lucy, but Shara did way less damage than I expected with the Dark Matter, so we do have to throw in one more craft with Richard to make sure that Joshua's spell into S-Craft kills there. Lucy also just healed back all of the health that Richard did to her anyway, so, you know.
Genius.
Genius plays there. Kevin, you'll notice, is hitting quite hard now with his spells. He got a new bow at some point, I believe, that gave a huge magic boost, so he's back to being one of our stronger casters, which is nice with how limited our damage output has been. Still nothing compared to Richard, though. Those 3 Ogre Slashes added up did well over what his spell did, and he just got a 4th off. Here we have Shara move over to start stealing from Lucy. The whip is better. I believe it boosts arts, I want to say? It's either an arts boost or a speed boost. Either way, it's a stat we really want on Shara, right? Either one. So we go for the steal on that here. I believe it's the whip we end up using all game. I don't think we craft her ultimate weapon. I forget if the whip in the final dungeon is better or not, but she's in quite a few fights before then, so it's, again, this one is well worth it compared to the gun. Also, Lucy's a less annoying enemy to leave alive. She's probably the least threatening of the bunch here, so we do eventually get the steal. Again, it's cheap, and she gets to do it many times in a row, so it's not that bad even if we fail a lot. We kill Walter second because Lucy still has her S-Craft, and we don't want to put her in range of S-Crafting until Walter's dead, because Walter does have some AoEs and can potentially clear all of our Earth Guards before she S-Crafts and get our party wiped. Once we get rid of him, though, that's not really a threat anymore. The nice thing is that Lucy's already taken quite a bit of damage from Richard impeding her, so, and as well as some of the AoEs like Joshua's S-Craft and whatnot, so she's already kind of low. She's already on half health. Shara, we see a rare Shara craft. She also has an impede, if she wasn't good enough already. This is also potentially a fight that Agate's good in if he does have Dragon Dive too, if you've used him for like everything up until this point. Because we are fighting 3 enemies, and he's like the king of AoE, and he has an impede, but, you know, we haven't used him that much, so even though we've been forcing him in a lot of fights, we still haven't used him enough for Dragon Knight 2, so we don't opt to use him here. Shara is much, much better. Also, we want the steals.
Moving on to the last fight of the chapter, we have Louvet, combined with whatever the name of this boss was from SC. It's equally unthreatening here, and Louvet is really the only scary thing. It does have AA Canceller, which does clear our earth walls, but it's really not that big of a deal. The boss doesn't act that frequently, and also isn't that threatening offensively compared to a lot of the fights we've had in this chapter so far. Basically what we want to do is we want to try and set up as much as humanly possible before things get too hairy. The one annoying thing, like I mentioned previously, is that we do get our Earth Guards cleared a lot. That's why we start off with a Kevin S-Craft, just to buy a little bit more time to get everyone clocked up. If all goes well, Richard will carry Louvet away into a corner and wail on him, and even if it doesn't go well, even if that doesn't happen, we're going to force Louvet into being a little bit more cooperative with who he chooses to attack.
We also cast Petasphere on the other boss. It's vulnerable to it and will eventually walk up to wail on us. But its movement gets reduced to literally 1, I think, with the debuff, so it'll take a while for it to get here. Which again, will save us a lot of turns, especially since we're not doing that much damage. You can see Joshua doing less than 1k with a Dark Matter. But now that we're set up, it's the Richard show. Even with a strength buff, he's not hitting that hard. Lube is quite the tanky boss. But he's still our highest damage character by far, except when he misses. We Flame Smash with Agate there. If things go perfectly, he'll walk up and attack Richard, but his positioning made it so he could target anyone. He didn't quite get hit back far enough. But if he targeted Richard and was at an angle that we could just Luminous Ogre Slash him away and away and away, it would make the fight very trivial. But here we do have to deal with him being able to, hit everyone. Dragoona Edge coming in helpful again to impede his spellcasting. It's worth it, again, just to save Earth Guards. That's kind of all we care about with it, more so than the damage or the actual spell being threatening. The spell is pretty threatening because of the Confuse, but whatever. Something also to note is I believe we now have access to the Time Gem. This is the most broken quartz in the game by a lot. It cuts your casting time by it's like some comical, it's like 90% or something. I believe it's on Joshua right now, that's why he's able to cast instantly. And also why his spells are so weak. But the Time Gem is something that's going to be used in every fight for the rest of the game. It is the single most broken item in the game once you obtain it. Here we unfortunately eat a Blinding Smash, which the problem with it isn't even that it gets everyone to low health, it's the blind on Richard is a little bit annoying. It makes us take a turn to cast status healing. But again, Joshua has the Time Gem, so he can do it instantly, so it's not that big of a deal. It does also mean we have to cast a healing spell, just in case. We opt not to S-Craft with Agate just because we want his turns to happen more frequently, so he can do utility things like impede the boss or maybe cast some support spell. It's a lot worse for damage than just S-Crafting. I actually don't know if that's true without Dragon Dive 2. Maybe it's not. It might actually be better for damage, because Dragon Dive 2 is... Dragon Dive 1 has kind of fallen off at this point. I'm not 100% sure there. But either way, regardless, it's better to keep his turns happening more frequently, so he can be more flexible. In general, Agate's only okay for this fight, but this is the last fight we need to bring him to get Dragon Dive 2. I believe he gets it after this fight. And from there, when we bring him to fights, it's because he's really good for them. We do Dragon Dive here, though, just to make sure boss doesn't get a health upturn. Health upturn for bosses, as always, way, way worse if they get it, because 10% of, hundreds of thousands of HP is a lot. Here we see the highest damage S-Craft in the game, Sakura Morning Moon. Just another really good thing that Richard has is it's a great way to finish off bosses. You don't see it used very frequently because Richard usually just wants to spam crafts with his CP, but it is a tool he has access to. From here, we're just killing the easier boss at this point, which is kind of just a punching bag. It's vulnerable to speed down, so it doesn't get turns very often. We're always going to be able to have Earth Guard up. There's not much to do besides whittle down its inflated health pool. Kevin, like I said a little bit earlier, is finally coming into his own as a damage dealer. Kevin's not the best damage dealer in the game or anything, but once he gets some of the late game arts boosting bows, his damage is nothing to scoff at. Here it's charging its S-Craft. I don't know if it's actually considered an S-Craft, but you can see I try to impede it just for curiosity's sake. It doesn't matter if he actually uses it or not. But you can't impede it. Usually that means it's like some super S-Craft. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It has been a minute since I've done a lot of these fights. I've stalled making this video for a very long time, and even though it's Luve, even though it's a super important character in the trilogy, this is a pretty forgettable boss fight, so I'm a little bit sloppy with remembering exactly what the strats were. But I guess that just goes to show it's not particularly difficult. And there is Dragon Dive 2. And now we're on to Chapter 7, and we are stuck to just Reese and Kevin for the whole chapter. Thankfully, it's not very long. It's a couple mob fights into one of the trickier bosses in the game. You'll also notice that Reese doesn't have her habit on anymore because, you know, story happened, lore, character development, whatever. But she's gonna look a little bit different for the rest of the game. These mob fights are, for the most part, going to be vulnerable to status effects like Confuse and Delay, as you see there, so they're not going to be too difficult. This is also pretty helpful because it's going to catch up Reese, because they're a bunch of late-game high-level fights, and she's a little bit under-leveled right now. Reese is forced for the final dungeon. Well, everyone's forced for the final dungeon, but she's forced onto the final boss route of the final dungeon, which we don't mind. She's quite good, but we don't really want to use her for the rest of the final chapter because she's not that good for the rest of the final chapter. So her being forced through this part of the game to get auto-leveled is definitely not something I'm going to complain about. Something that I've realized is I probably should have cut getting experience at the end of the fight. You can skip it by just like hitting the confirm button, but I let the experience tick in the other games because it was funny to see the fights that you just got a comical amount of experience and everyone leveled up a shit ton, but that's like every fight in this game. That's so many fights in this game that it probably adds minutes to the whole video, which is not very good, I don't think. I probably should have just sped them up or cut them out or something, but oh well. Anyway, this was the same fight as the last one, except with more ads. We do the same thing, Confuse, Delay. A lot of these enemies are also vulnerable to instant death, so we opt to use Shadow Spear. I think I give up here and start... I don't know why I cast it to the side. I think I was trying to be clever in case they move. Or maybe I was trying to isolate the other enemy and only kill the one first. I think I didn't want to kill him because of the Chaos Brand. That's actually definitely what it was, is I wanted the Chaos Brand swing. See, this is what I mean by it's been a while since I've done these fights. I'm not re-recording commentary though. I want this video to be out, and my commentary has not been as bad as SC. If we're floundering right at the end, I'm okay with that. That is fine. I have had a long fucking past couple weeks. They're not even vulnerable to instant death. It's just that they resist. That, you know, good one, me. Up top. They're probably vulnerable to time, is what it is. I would imagine they have a time weakness, and that's why I'm using Shadow Spear. Now we're on to another fight. This mob fight is a little bit more interesting than the other ones because there's this ghost enemy, and this ghost enemy is supposed to be Kevin's dead mother. Very pleasant. This whole sequence is him literally on a romp through hell with all of his worst moments coming back to haunt him. It's kind of raw. It's kind of a crazy moment in the story, but we want to confuse as many of these enemies as possible because we can't confuse the ghost. It's almost like a little bit of a mini boss and is resistant to more status effects and whatnot. But it does take a couple turns to get to us, so it gives us the time we need to confuse everyone. And as you can see, the ads hit very hard. They do a lot of our damage for us. The ghost will steal stats and HP and all sorts of stuff, and it can be pretty debilitating if we let those hits go through. So that's why we focus so hard on getting everything confused. Even though they don't kill it outright, they do a lot of damage and kind of thin the herd of themselves. So it's not that big of a deal once we finally have just the ghost. Here I think I'm debating between seeing if a Silverthorn kills or just being safe in Earthguarding, and I was just safe in Earthguarding. I had no reason not to. Here at this point, I go for the kill. Reese did not do much damage with Death Scream. I'm guessing she has the time gem on, but it's a little bit of a miscalculation because the ghost was nowhere close to dead. It's not that big of a deal because it's the only enemy left, so it doesn't really matter if our defense gets debuffed if there's only one thing to hit us, and it already hit us. So, we have a fight against two of the bosses from earlier in the game, and Weissman. Weissman? You probably say it Weissman, but I've pronounced so many names wrong already. This fight's kind of a pain in the ass just because these enemies are really bulky, and we actually don't use GRALSRITTER for this fight. We instead use the new S-Craft that Kevin just got, which is called Spears of It's a stronger version of his S-Craft from earlier, except it's a space damage instead of time damage. It's actually one of the strongest S-Crafts in the whole game. It's just on a character that normally wants to be using his defensive S-Craft. Because of this, we're forced to take hits in this fight. And because we're forced to take hits, we use proxy puppets. As you can see, Reese died there, but didn't actually die. She had a proxy puppet on. This is one of the few fights we use proxy puppets in. We don't need them that often throughout the game, but here it's that or just get super lucky, and obviously get super lucky is not a very good strategy. But we're on the back foot a lot here. Despite that, we still kind of play risky and S-Craft despite being low, because we really, really need to kill one of the bosses as fast as possible. That's what we need to do to stabilize this fight. Here you see Reese's second S-Craft. This is another very strong S-Craft. Despite Reese not really being a strength-based character, it does decent damage, and this is the, I think, only time you see it. I don't think I use it again for the rest of the playthrough. But we use that to finish off the other boss. It needs the defense debuff for that to kill. And here we see Weissman's S-Craft. We're Earthguarded, it doesn't matter. Once we're down to just Weissman, it's not that bad. In fact, he's already almost dead from all the S-crafts he's eaten. So from here, the rest of the fight isn't that bad. But we are low and kind of drained of resources from bursting down the two demons, so it takes a little bit here to finish him off because we need to still not die, right? We've already burnt the proxy puppet on Reese, and Kevin is very low on health, and I think maybe doesn't even have a proxy puppet equipped. But with that, that is Chapter 7 complete. It's one of the shorter chapters in the game, and finally, we're moving on to the last chapter, the end of the run, but it is a long one. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of cleanup that we have to do in that chapter. And here we are in the finale, Chapter 8, whatever you want to call it. And we get 4 customizable slots. It's the only part of the game where we can use whatever party we want. And we bring our A-team, Kevin, Shara, Richard, and Agate, the characters that have been the most useful throughout the game thus far. Here we're taking on an optional dungeon called the Abyss. I was debating whether to include this or not, but I included dimension bugs as boss fights in SC, and those are like barely boss fights, and these are all way, way more engaging than those fights. It just, none of them are that tricky. This is probably the hardest Abyss fight, unironically, just because the adds are so strong. They act frequently and hit for like 8k plus an attack. And they're only really vulnerable to speed down and delay. But I decided to include the Abyss fights anyway, just because they are boss fights, and they are boss fights that have taken a little bit of planning throughout the game. The Abyss is one of the reasons we train Agate. It does make the game a little bit easier. Our best characters are going to get more levels. On top of this, we are going to get access to ultimate weapons. We're going to be able to make Forza Marine ore weapons, which we wouldn't be able to otherwise. There's a couple of really broken ones, so it's arguably something that makes the game less challenging, but I think the extra boss fights are more interesting for the run than the added difficulty in the endgame would be, and the endgame's still tough anyway. This boss is immune to impede, fun fact. I think this is one of the few enemies in the entire trilogy that's immune, that just straight up immune to impede. You'll also notice that we casted Crest, because these enemies are hitting so hard, and it doesn't really help that much. It does make a noticeable difference. The like 500 or so damage that it blocks does matter over multiple attacks. It also makes it more lenient with when we can heal, even if it doesn't always necessarily make us survive an extra hit. We opt to not S-Craft spam with Agate, even though we have Dragon Dive 2 finally, because him delaying the adds is pretty helpful, although these enemies are so fast that he doesn't reliably act before them, which is a little cumbersome, but not the end of the world. We have Richard off killing the main boss. The reason is, even though he could kill one of the adds and we could burst them down quickly, the only thing that's really making them scary is also having the boss constantly clearing our earth guards. Here we do a little bit of a minor optimization. Our movement isn't that high right now because we don't have all the broken endgame boots, so we start casting a spell with Shara, so we give Richard time to start walking back. Otherwise, he would have to take 3 turns off from attacking instead of just 2. These adds, once they die, turn into even stronger enemies. And that's the other reason that we kill the boss first, is if we burst down the adds, we have to deal with their kind of second form, their second phase. while the other boss is still pounding us with spells, removing our earth guards, and it makes it even trickier. But again, once we have it down to just the adds, it's not that bad. As you can see, we're pretty safely keeping up our earth guards now that the boss is dead, because we're not eating really many multi-targets, if any. I'm not sure if either of these enemies have any multi-target abilities whatsoever. Even if they do, Richard is killing them so fast that they won't have many turns to attempt to use them. If any, I think they also are getting delayed by Agate. I think it's just wraps for them after the main boss is dead. But this is a pretty fun fight. It's not like the most exhilarating thing to watch, but or the most difficult thing to solve, but it's my favorite of the Abyss fights probably. I think some of the other ones are a little bit tedious, but this one seems pretty well thought out. I say that the other ones are tedious. I think this is the longest one by far. I think the other ones are at least shorter. We also aren't opting to Heaven's Kiss much here. It's better for Shara to be casting spells in this fight. Even though she's not doing as much damage as some of the other characters, Heaven's Kiss is pretty draining on her CP, and we care more about her CP in later fights. Here we have my least favorite fight in the Abyss, and it's not particularly difficult, it's just kind of annoying. There's a lot of enemies, they can cause status effects, and they're pretty tanky. This is not a bad spot for Agate, though, with his, best-in-class AoE damage. Also, since they start pretty far back and are vulnerable to move down, we're only going to be taking hits from a couple of them on any given turn. And we do get a free turn to cast an Earth Wall and save Grailsphere for if we need it later in the fight. They're also vulnerable to speed down as well. A lot of these late game enemies are still vulnerable to stat down, which is pretty crazy. We also Flame Smash with Agate just to push some of them back. This is not that good of an idea because it really only pushes back the ones that aren't in range anyway. I probably would have been better off just S-crafting, but it was one of those things that I thought, it's worth a try. If it doesn't work, it's one turn. I'm not going to reset the whole attempt for it. We really do want to make sure we have Earthwall up often, though, because I believe it's Feint. It's either Feint or Deathblow that these enemies can cause, which are both pretty scary. Like before, we have Richard start taking down the main boss as fast as possible. It is so bulky, and there are so many adds that he's not going to just be able to chew through them one by one. It's way better for us to just kill them with AoE. So Richard is once again, as he has been, on boss killing duty, as he also will be for the rest of the game. Here we are left with Shara with no Earthguard, which is a little bit sketchy, but thankfully the enemy that's going to act is one that's pretty far back. So it has no chance of hitting us, and she can Heaven's Kiss, which will let us cast Time Gem spells with Kevin. I choose not to Earthguard. I wonder why that is. I think maybe I'm just gambling, or no, it's the next Dragon Dive kills is what it is. It's 3 Dragon Dives to kill. That was the 3rd one. That's why I was perfectly okay leaving Shara unprotected. Again, it's been a little bit before or since I've last done these, so gotta infer the strats I was using. I didn't write anything down. I never take notes for these types of runs. I kind of just play it by ear and bash my head against a wall until I figure out strats. So I also don't have a very good memory. So those things combine to make pretty sloppy commentary if I'm not recording shortly after I finish the run. I did make sure to rewatch some of the endgame fights though, so I know everything I do there. Because, you know, it's the last boss rush. Don't want that one to be too shoddily informed about. Once all the ads are dead, it's just a matter of finishing off the main boss, which is not too difficult. Onto... I don't even remember this fight. I'm gonna be honest, I'm like pausing and not saying anything. I don't remember this fight at all. I know it exists. I know it's a fight in the game. It looks like we Chaos Brand the ads so they kill each other. That's a pretty common strat we've done throughout the game. But I kind of forget what the boss does. It's clearly casting an AoE spell that we put up an Earth Guard for. Is it just gonna cast AoE spells while we kill it with Richard, and there's no like variation like the last two fights? Is it just like a generic fight? Might as well just be a generic fight. It's vulnerable to speed down. I'm so professional, man. I'm so good at this. I'm keeping all this in. I don't care. I'm one-shotting so much of this commentary. Because if I don't, I'm just never recording it. I'm just gonna stress out about it and never get around to it because I hate doing it. So this is the best you're getting for now. It's vulnerable to impede, unlike the other boss. That's a Zodiac cast. I have Zodiac on someone. That's fun. So Zodiac, that's something I can talk about. That's a spell that is both Forte and Crest to the whole party. It's pretty good, but it's expensive and really difficult to get. It takes a lot on your line to get access to it. You usually have to build a character around it, so I'm surprised that I have access to it right now. I wonder if this is the only part of the game I have access to it. Because I definitely don't use it in late game. I stick to just Forte late game. Yeah, it seems like once again I'm trying not to kill the ad because it's doing so much more damage than our characters. It seems like this boss also takes off turns to heal, but it's not that impactful. It's like less than Richard attacking it. Which, I mean, I suppose if you're going to have an RNG heal on a boss, you shouldn't have it heal a lot, but... I'm assuming the reason I'm sticking to Dragoon Edge, even with Earth Walls up, is just to not accidentally kill the ad because of how much damage it's doing. We also have Kevin's Sacrifice Arrow. I think it's because he's not in need of Grail Sphere this fight, and he'll regenerate the CP, whereas it will top off Agate, so he's at 200 CP for the next fight, which we will absolutely need. Yeah, we just skip his turn. We don't even Dragoon Edge. We don't S-Craft. The next fight is one of the reasons we have trained up Agate. On to the last boss of the Abyss, the Tempest Palm. We immediately Dragon Dive with Agate and S-Craft with everyone else, including Richard, which does most of the boss's health. From here, we start setting up because we can't insta-kill this fight like you would in a normal playthrough. In fact, Agate can't kill with 100 CP S-Craft, and we need to hope they don't run. I was debating whether to let all of these enemies run or to kill them, and I think it's more interesting, even though you get more rewards for killing them. I think it's more interesting if we kill them, but it does mean the fight is RNG, and you can see me turboing through, because I assume one of them is going to run, because that's what happens a lot. It does mean it's RNG to make them not run, but the only character in this low-level setting that we can easily get to be able to damage these enemies is Agate, which is part of the reason we train him so much. Here we're on to another random side quest door. We have a party of Bricks and Agate. I didn't know what characters I wanted to drip feed experience in this fight. I knew Tita. Tita was the only one that I knew. Everyone else, I don't know. I didn't really care about. I probably should have thought about it a little bit more. I think Olivier maybe wasn't actually the best choice here, but my thought process is I'm going to bring some of the underleveled characters, maybe the extra level or two, whatever they get from this fight, matters in their respective bosses in the final dungeon. Because we're definitely not bringing them through the arenas. The arenas are too sketchy. We do bring along Agate just because, again, the big S-Craft in a mob fight is immensely useful, and we hold off doing this fight until he has Dragon Dive 2, just so we can afford to bring 3 bot characters, 3 brick characters through it. Again, even though Tita has Oral Gear, we still just don't have time to set it up in this fight. Again, adding to my argument for it not being as good as people think. When it's down to just one enemy, we opt to start delaying it with Agate instead, because it's more reliable. We're not going to kill it in one more S-Craft anyway. It's pretty bulky, whereas this is going to make it so it just never gets a turn again. That's also why we took time to clock him up earlier in the fight and clock it down, just to guarantee he always gets the action before it. I probably could have set up the other characters a little bit more so they could help with chip damage. I do build a little bit of CP on Tita, because it's one of the last chances she's going to get to build CP. That's not exactly true, but last chances before she's required in a fight where she needs to do something. You'll notice these characters are very underleveled, and they're not going to get any better before the final boss. Or final boss rush. That's not exactly true. More so the final dungeon. Anyway, onto the hard arena, which is the hardest of the arenas, in my opinion. You'll notice we're bringing along Annalise. This is just so she gets levels. Annalise is kind of a soft requirement for the Nightmare Arena. If you take Annalise through the Nightmare Arena, you get an upgrade to her personal sword. She gets an upgraded personal sword, and it's the single best weapon in the game by a lot. However, it's not actually required. You can do the Nightmare Arena without her, and you don't get it. But in the same way that like quests and boss fights in other games had kind of extra requirements to get more BP, I'm kind of considering winning the optional fights, or, you know, getting an optional item from a door as those extra BP requirements. So for the purposes of this run, I'm considering Annalise required for Nightmare Arena, and she was pretty far behind, and we wanted her to be a little bit bulkier, a little bit more reliable, so we took her through the hard arena. Most of this is going to be Agate S-crafting things anyway, so it's not too much of a pain in the ass to bring her. I originally tried to do this with all bricks and Agate, like that side quest fight, and it's too unreliable, so I just brought good characters. Unlike the previous fight, this fight is a little bit annoying. We can't burst them down super fast. We actually burn a Grail Sphere here. We do chunk them quite a bit with Dragon Dive, but 2 Dragon Dives, even with the extra chip damage, is not enough to reliably finish them off. You'll notice it only kills 2 of them. This fight is super sloppy, but whatever. Oh, they didn't even break the earth wall now. You can see I pre-fired an earth wall, and the enemy was kind and chose to do nothing. Which happens sometimes. It's still worth it to preempt the earth walls. It's like a safety strat. Again, the more reliable the encounter, the better. You can see, though, that there's a lot of them that act, and they do a lot of damage, and I had to burn another Grail Sphere to not die there. I actually didn't need to do it, because it would have targeted Agate, but it's, again, it could have targeted anyone, and we were so low. It was actually a 100 CP Grail Sphere, too. It wasn't even a full Grail Sphere. We do have to be careful about spacing as well, because these enemies do self-destruct. I'd also like to mention that we have had access to the hard arena for a very long time. It's just so tricky to do under this rule set that it's easier to save it until the end of the game. And I have no reason to do it earlier. The reward that you get from the hard arena is not super necessary for any of the fights that we've done. And the reward for the Nightmare Arena is super mediocre, so not that we could have done the Nightmare Arena any sooner. You have to go through Abyss. Well, you don't have to go through all of Abyss, but there's a chest in the Abyss that gets you access to the Nightmare Arena, which is supposed to be the game's kind of ultimate challenge. Spoiler alert, it's not that hard even, but this last fight of the Nightmare Arena is one of the most obnoxious fights in the whole game. This fight sucks, and I think it's, even with all of these over-leveled characters for this point in the game, is still a little bit unreliable. You'll notice I actually cast A Crest to boost my magic defense, because we're going to take a lot of magic damage in this fight. All of these enemies have these AoE breath attacks that cause sleep and do a shit ton of damage. It's really, really annoying. And they clear earth walls so fast that we can't consistently have one up. What also sucks is they slept Agate, who is the AoE guy, so now we have to take a turn off to heal him. If they slept someone like Annalise, it would have been pretty bad there actually, because Annalise was earth walling, but it probably would have been, I don't know if it would have been better. I don't know if Kevin would have actually had time to cast an earth wall there. Either way, Agate getting slept is annoying is my point. Anyone getting slept is annoying, I guess. You can see me debate here about what I want him to do, because he's not in the health range to Wild Rage Dragon Dive anymore, which was the original plan. So I just have him smack one and do 100 CP Dragon Dive. I think this was the right choice. It still did pretty good damage, but they are still pretty far from dead. The nice thing about fights with a lot of enemies is Agate builds a ton of CP back whenever he Dragon Dives. We also used an S-Craft from Annalise to finish off some of the low health ones there. We even see an S-Craft from Shera. This might be the only time we use her second S-Craft in the playthrough, but we really couldn't keep those enemies alive. That's again why you saw me, debating so much on what I was going to do. Once we're down to just baby Ragnard over there, little Chungus, little heckin' wholesome chungy Ragnard, the fight gets a lot easier. We're just dealing with one enemy that AoEs, and this one doesn't cause sleep, so we have time to buff up and stabilize and slowly chip him down. This is the last fight we're going to see Agate in for a while. He's been kind of carrying a lot of Chapter 8 for us thus far. Not that there's been that many fights, but for the Nightmare Arena, we're gonna sub Richard back in. This is also one of the few times we're doing like a reasonably difficult section of the game without Richard. Everything requires AoE, so if we have to sub out one character, it's best to sub out the single target character, because Kevin is needed for survivability, Annalise needs the levels, Agat's the AoE guy, and you can kind of consider Shara also the AoE guy because she gives Agat more turns. So, rare moment of Richard not being the optimal choice for us, although he's only not the optimal choice because we have to get Annalise levels. We're attacking for 0 with Annalise just to get her some CP. I want her to have some just in case she needs to S-craft something or whirlwind dance something in the Nightmare Arena. For this not being a Chapter 8 boss, it sure has the health of a Chapter 8 boss, although only having 3 characters that can deal damage to it probably contributes to that. We actually cast Saint with Kevin just to see if Annalise can maybe do some damage with the strength buff, and alas, it's still the big one, still the big Uno whenever she attacks. She's very weak at this point in the game, and she's still using her same personal weapon from before because of the speed boost, which is not helping because its strength is wildly outclassed by just even viable swords at this point in the game. Sorry, I'm not talking. I'm working in my own video right now, as Con111 underscore likes to say. I made a couple commentary mistakes that are bad enough that I want to cut them, and I've been typing them in on my phone because this fight is dragging on for so long that I don't care to talk about it anymore. So I'm taking notes before I forget about them. This is a callback to earlier in the video when I said my memory is bad and I don't write things down. This is real-time improvement, real-time character development. Here we move on to the last moon door of the game. We could have done this a very long time ago, but we saved it because I have to grind the rest of the encounters in this moon door, and I didn't know how many fights exactly there were in the game, and I waited till there was enough that I could easily count it out, and also the reward that I get from it is not so important that I feel the need to do it early, like the Raven's Door, which I didn't even do early, I forgot to do, but that's besides the point. Anyway, we're fighting a lot of these men in black. They're pretty similar to the enemies we fought at the very start of the game, but now we're fighting them as Shara. It's actually Shara before she became a Bracer, and she doesn't have an Orbment or an S-Craft, so pretty funny. She still has some of her same physical crafts, but she can't cast spells, she can't use Heaven's Kiss. It's like a very gimped, shitty Shara. But it's a, it's a fun little side quest here. We do also have this NPC ally for most of the quest here. She runs up and attacks things, but sometimes she uses a version of the attack that does nothing, and she can miss, too, on her regular attack. So a lot of times she's doing nothing, and if she dies, it's a game over. This fight is not required to win, but we burn her S-Craft, which we just unlocked after the last fight here anyway, because this is a deathless run, and we're doing all of the optional fights without dying. I said earlier that I grind the rest of the required encounters in this side quest, but that's kind of a lie. You'll notice that Shara spikes in level here. She's a lot stronger, and that's because I grind a lot. I grind a lot of encounters, and then I decide, why am I doing this? I have no reason to be doing this. I am wasting my own time. So I just cheated in the number of encounters, and I pretended that I grinded them all here because there's no material impact on the actual run. Also, gonna correct myself, it wasn't the last fight that was an optional to win fight. I believe it was the fight before that. It was kind of hard to tell because all of them look the same because it's the same grouping of enemies, but just a little bit of a mistake there that I'm gonna correct now. Anyway, Nightmare Arena time. On to the big one. One of the most, I don't know if it's even really that infamous, but probably one of the most infamous parts of this game. It's a lot of the bosses we fought throughout the game, even some from previous games. You see the Duke from SC that we had to avoid killing. Now we want to kill him. We also have Philip and Morgan from earlier in the game. Thankfully, they take a turn walking up to us, so it's not that big of a deal. We have time to mostly get set up. And outside of that, these enemies, just like before in their respective fights, are not that scary. And unlike in those fights where they are surrounded by very strong adds we have to deal with, here, they're just on their own. I guess they're not on their own. We have to deal with both of them at once, but it's not too bad. It's actually easier than dealing with them individually with the junk enemies. Our Duke friend in the back can buff, but he rarely does. He mostly just runs around and does nothing, and even if he does buff them, it's not that big of a deal. We want to kill Philip first because he is much scarier than Morgan. He can debuff our agility. He has an actual S-craft, and I believe he's also faster. I think he has a higher speed stat, so he's the one we kind of want to take down with Richard first. Doing Luminous Divider actually has a secondary effect there besides grinding sepith. I would have done it even without grinding sepith, because something to note about Luminous Divider is it doesn't deal the small amount of knockback that Ogre Slash does. And there, I believe if I Ogre Slash twice, the AoE wouldn't have hit all three enemies, so I wanted to Divider to keep him in place while still doing damage. While this on paper sounds good because it can let Richard stay with the rest of the class instead of running off on his own, with how much he's spamming crafts, that extra 10 CP adds up very quickly. Across 3 dividers, I've already spent more than an entire Ogre Slash, so it's pretty imperative that we only use it when it's getting us some extra benefit. Anyway, thankfully these bosses aren't too bulky either, so Philip drops pretty quickly. Morgan does, I believe, have quite a bit more HP, but he's also a bit less scary of an enemy overall, so it's not too bad, and he's not going to take that long to kill. We do have Annalise clock down the Duke, just because there's not much else for her to do. She's not very strong physically. We might be able to put her strength buff on and do like 1,000 if we attack, but I don't know. It's not worth it. She's just going to be on support duty for these fights. After she gets the upgrade to her sword, though, she is going to be one of our heavy hitters in the final dungeon. She is going to be quite good. I almost thought of taking her to the final boss, not because she's particularly good there, but just because originally I went in with a much different strategy that I think is worse. Well, I don't think. I know is much worse than what I end up going with. And in that strat, I was able to bring kind of a... Well, not able to, but my idea was to bring someone that wasn't as good to the final boss to free up Richard to go somewhere else, but... Spoiler alert, that's not what we went with. After Morgan dies, we do still have to kill the Duke, and he does have a decent amount of health. We're even just skipping Annalise's turns because she does no damage anyway. She's gonna do no damage to, like, every enemy. Maybe if she casts a spell, she might have been able to do some chip damage, and thankfully our HP and EP does restore between arena fights, and this goes for every arena, not just Nightmare. Our CP is fixed, though. That is whatever value it was before the previous fight. You can see, even with the extra arena that we brought her through, she's still, like, almost 10 levels behind everyone else. Moving on to the next fight of the Nightmare Arena, we have the same tank from SC. It's much easier than the SC fight, and I think the SC fight's already overrated. I think it's a pretty easy fight in that game, too. We have ample time to set up, and once we're set up, there's not really anything we're scared of. This boss does have pretty strong AoE attacks, but we can survive like 3 of them. So it's not really too scary. We're at the point where at least our main kind of core characters are quite strong. They're not really that underleveled anymore, so we aren't as afraid of a lot of these enemies, at least when we're allowed to use our characters that we've kind of been training up for the past couple chapters. Training up's not even the right word, we've just been using them when they're good. But yeah, this fight doesn't really have any gimmicks. It's just a rehash of a fight from the previous game, souped up a little bit to, you know, fit the game with the higher stats and whatnot, so not too much to talk about here. The next 2 fights are a lot scarier, though. This is kind of the easiest fight in the whole Nightmare Arena. Also, it drops surprisingly fast, too. Richard is just so high damage output at this point. We've gotten him as a Meridian Ore weapon, I believe. We've gotten him Carnage. Like, he just has all of the big strength boosters. So he's really high damage output. I don't remember exactly which Zemurian Ore weapons I make. I want to say it's Richard, Tita, Zin, and Agate, maybe? A lot of characters get really good weapons in the final dungeon that mean they don't really need their Zemurian Ore weapons. Like, their Zemurian Ore weapons aren't a huge upgrade. The ones that are super broken are Richard, Tita's, and Zin's. I forget if I get all 3 of them, though. But I believe I get those 4. Agate's is not anything special, it's just a big strength boost, but I wondered, I think at the time I was wondering maybe if he could 2-shot the pillars in the final boss. If he got it, which, spoiler alert, he does not. But I also don't even remember if that's one of the Zemurian Ore weapons I got. The 4th one matters so little that I don't even remember what it is. The boss did manage to steal Annalise, but Annalise is not attacking physically anyway, so it's completely negligible. It does not matter at all. And here we have both of the Taito practitioners. We're fighting Kilika and Walter again. This fight is a little annoying. You'll notice we start off with an S-Craft from Richard. We're gonna Heaven's Kiss with Shara anyway, and he regenerates CP pretty quickly to the point where we can afford to do it. I mean, we're gonna take turns setting up anyway, and he's already back to, you know, being able to Ogre Slash, recover enough CP from hitting into a second Ogre Slash, and he's just gonna keep gaining more and more.
And his S-Craft does so much damage that it's super, super worth it. Especially since we want to kill Walter relatively quickly. Here, Kilika opens up with an S-Craft. Thankfully, Richard reflects it. So there are 2 quartz that you can get from the end of the game, one of which is if you have a certain amount of encounters, which we do. We have a ton of encounters without running. And that reflects physical attacks with a small likelihood, and the other reflects magical attacks with a small likelihood. The downside is it gives you a pretty big HP reduction. I don't know if Richard survives that S-Craft. I don't know if I got lucky there, or if he would have lived on a pixel even if he didn't reflect. But I wasn't going to replay the entire Nightmare Arena just because I got unlucky with when Kilika decided to S-Craft. The good news is because she opens up with her S-Craft and generally is going to do single target moves a lot of the time, we don't have to worry about her that much, and we can focus purely on bursting down Walther. Also, Luminous Divider with all of the boosters is a little bit more worth it on crit turns because of just how much damage you do, but at the same time, it might have been better to just Ogre Slash still. We will also have to worry about Walter's S-Craft. Unlike the fight with all 3 Enforcers, he doesn't open with it in this fight. And instead, he acts like a lot of other bosses and does it when he's on lower health. Whereas Kilika does it on lower health in her original boss fight and opens with it in this fight. Also, bosses that open with S-Crafts in this game aren't guaranteed to open with S-Crafts, which is a little bit annoying. It's one of the things that I don't love. I do wish it was consistent. Once Walter's down, we're just left with Kilika, and she's not particularly threatening. She's actually less threatening than he is. No self buff, not that Walter got to use it. Less status effects, no status effects. Actually, I think Kilika can't apply status effects. Yeah, outside of her S-Craft, she's not really all that threatening. Here we have Richard just smacking her. I want all of my characters to go into the last fight with very high CP. Max, if possible, but if Shara doesn't get there, I don't really care that much. Because the last fight of the Nightmare Arena is, while not as hard as it might seem at first, is definitely the most difficult of the Nightmare Arena fights. Yeah, here I waste a bunch of turns just to get Shara her last 10 CP. And here we move on to Cassius and Louvet. Both of the big, scary, all-powerful, in-lore enemies teamed up. And our strat here is to burst down one of them. And we start with Louvet. This might sound weird because Louvet is, like, so much less scary. Like, not even close how much less scary he is. But he's also much easier to kill. He has significantly less health and defense than Cassius. And even though Cassius is more difficult to deal with when left alive, we just don't have the damage to kill him that quickly, and we can, for the most part, deal with him once he's dead. So we focus down Louvet first instead. They both have their same movesets from before. When I say they're same movesets, though, Luve has his SC moveset, not his third moveset, which is, you know, a little bit neutered. He does have body split in this game, which he doesn't in the fight in the Black Ark. Cassius can still be a nuisance with spamming his delay and potentially buffing himself very early into the fight. We don't get nearly as lucky with this Cassius. This is probably a more standard Cassius than when we fought him back in the military base, but he's not too RNG screw happy in this attempt, thankfully. Unfortunately, because Luve is using his old moveset, that also means he has access to Earth Guard, which is very frustrating. Here, everyone is clocked up and Earth Guarded, and I just am struggling to find anything to do with Annalise, so I just top off Kevin, because she's not doing damage anyway. I don't mind letting Cassius heal here because he hadn't taken damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Even if he did, it wouldn't have been much. Here you can see me, again, using Divider on a crit turn. It's probably worth it here because all we care about is killing one of them fast. If Richard kills Luve and has 0 CP left, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. We're okay with that. That's easy to recover from. But it's still not worth using the Divider every single turn, only if it's like a strength up or a crit. Luve also has kind of positioned himself in the middle of our party, which is a bit unfortunate, because that means Richard is just hitting Luve back into Annalise over and over again and not moving him to the other side of the map, which could have been nice because it would have meant that the two bosses split up their attacks. But it's not the end of the world. This fight is shockingly stable. There are worse fights in this game as far as RNG are concerned. Hell, solo Cassius is a more RNG heavy fight than this one, just because we have so many more resources available to us at this point. And neither of these bosses are scaled up super duper hard. Heaven's Kiss is still a godsend for action economy. It lets us get an Earth Guard off on Kevin, and lets Richard start his whole swinging thing again, when before the situation we were in was Cassius was going to probably kill someone. Here, he buffs, which he never does in his first fight. He gets a strength and speed bonus. For a boss that is already very fast and in danger of one-shotting you, this is a really bad thing to have to deal with. But Luve is also pretty much dead here. He does, unfortunately, get off one body split. But, unlike SC, you don't have to kill the body splits. They auto-die, so it's not that bad. It's not the end of the world. Now, we start the painful process of killing Cassius. He's got a lot more health than Luve, and here he's now speedy. He's fast from the buff, which means we're going to have to play more defensively and re-up Earth Wall more often than normal. Another nice thing about this fight compared to the other one is because we're a higher level, buffs last longer. So we don't have to re-up buffs at all in this fight, maybe? Whereas we did have to re-up them in the first Cassius fight. At this point in the game, if we put a buff on, it's basically permanent. Not literally, but it might as well be. Usually we'll kill bosses before they run out. We got a lucky reflect there, but Richard does not die to a single lightning flash, even with the strength up. It's close, but he does live it, so. At this point, all we're doing is just wailing on the old man over and over again. It's pretty much an easier version of the fight with him earlier, despite the buff. I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but this is a longer fight without much change in strategy. Again, Nightmare Arena is not nearly as threatening as the game would make you believe it is. Phoenix Wave is still threatening, though. I believe this will still one-shot our whole party. So it is important that we are Earth-guarded at all times. I'm still fiending for Sepith this late in the game, and it was definitely necessary. We're going to be on fumes in the final dungeon. We're going to be using a lot of tier 3 and even tier 2 quartz. We're going to have very few characters maxed out. It's basically just going to be the party that fights the final boss. I'll talk about that a little bit more once we're in the final dungeon, but it was definitely a little bit of a wake-up call. But with that, Nightmare Arena is done, and we can move on to the final dungeon. The home stretch. The end of the run. It's in sight. I say as there's still, like, what, 9 more fights left in the game? Something like that? So, for the final dungeon, there's going to be a single mob fight for each party. We have to use every single character in the game, and they're going to be split up into 4 groups. I'm not going to talk about the mob fights that much, because we Chaos Brand them and let them kill themselves for the most part, but I am going to talk about how we split up our party. My logic is I wanted kind of one core carry character, and not as in they're broken, but more that they are going to kind of make the boss more stable. So for this group, the hardest part about this boss is recovering from its opening. So I want characters that are able to both kill the adds and restore health, right? Get back on our feet, defense buff, heal with Chloe S-Craft, and then have the other characters kind of kill the adds. Zin is here mostly because he's one of our better damage dealers, even if he's kind of fallen off a bit at this point. He's still slow, so it's going to be kind of a slow kill, but this is definitely the group for him because the other group, 2 bosses either don't really need that much damage output, or require just characters that are more utility focused. I think maybe I should have switched Tita and Zin, because Tita does perform better than Zin here. The only thing about Tita is I don't know if she would have survived the opening attack from the boss, which if she doesn't, she's like basically useless, right? Because it's a Deathless run. Also, there's certain equipment we're passing along between parties. We don't get one final screen to re-equip everyone, but there is a save point before you switch to the next group. So I can use the time gem with this group, unequip it, re-equip a cast instead, and then put the time gem on the next group. So every group is going to have the time gem for these trash mob fights, but they won't have it for their boss fights. Only the final party is going to have the time gem. The same thing applies to remote abilities. In that well, actually, sorry, I misspoke. The same thing does not apply to remote abilities. I thought the same thing applied to remote abilities, so you're going to see me switch over to Estelle's remote ability when I didn't need to do that. I could have used Mueller's the whole way through, and just the Mueller party wouldn't have gotten it, which would have been better. Anyway, this party has Annalise, Shara, Joshua, and Olivier. This party fights the hardest boss by far, of the 4. Unfortunately, we're bringing Shara here just because she's bulky and high level. We don't actually use Heaven's Kiss that much, if at all, which is kind of a waste, but we just need characters that can take a hit and are pretty like well-rounded in the utility that they can provide. And that
is exactly what Shara does. The only exception to that is Annalise. Annalise is not a very well-rounded character, but we do need someone to, you know, deal damage and kill the boss. So she's the obvious choice just because she's, of the three big physical smack things characters, she has the best speed from her sword's big speed boost. Olivier is here because I believe he's a little bit bulkier than Ren. I know I took Josette to this fight originally, and she sometimes got insta-killed, and I think Josette and Ren are around the same bulk, so we actually need Olivier's slightly higher defensive stats to have him reliably take a hit. Here we have the scraps, the less impressive characters. We have Estelle, Ren, Josette, and Tita. Ren, while good, just can't really survive the other two bosses because they do so much damage. Tita's in the same boat. She's really good, but she can't take hits from the bosses. Josette, really bad. Estelle, bulkier than the rest of this group, but still really bad. They also fight by far the easiest boss of the four, so I'm fine with this party being kind of bricked. The fight takes a while because of it, and it's a little bit messy, but it's not particularly dangerous. Here, we finally see Tita orbital gear up, and she's only doing 3k a hit. To be fair, this is without a strength buff. She'll be doing more later, but for now, it's woefully unimpressive for how long it's taken to get here. But to be fair, this is not a trained Tita, this is a very underleveled Tita, and she's still outputting pretty good damage. She's also super, super bulky, even underleveled. She has insane HP in orbital gear. It is indeed a broken craft. Unfortunately, these Rod Angels that you see don't attack when we confuse them. This is going to make a certain boss fight much slower than it otherwise would be, but at the very least we can still neutralize them from, you know, dealing damage to us. And lastly, the team that fights the final boss. Kevin and Reese are locked into this team, so we only get to pick 2 characters. And if we want to beat the final boss without running dry on resources, we need a lot of AoE damage and a lot of single target damage. Who is the best AoE character in the game? Agate. Who's the best single target character in the game? Richard. Pretty easy choices here. I know I say that, but earlier I talked about how I did not go in with this party originally. I went in with Annalise instead of Richard. The idea there was to put Richard on the hardest fight because he kills it quickly, but it wasn't worth it. That fight is difficult to stabilize even with Richard, and once it is stabilized, it doesn't really matter if Richard kills it faster. It does, but not that much. Meanwhile, the final boss is night and day. Night and day. It goes from a fight that is very difficult to beat under this rule set to I think I never take a single point of damage. That's how much of a difference good old Alan Richard makes in one fight. Kevin and Reese are also both pretty good characters to be locked into the final boss. They're both very, very strong, especially Kevin more so, but Reese is very good. She gets a ridiculous arts boosting sword. She's pretty good for damage. I think she ends up having the time gem on her. I think that's who ends up with it at the end. Here, I'm dragging out the fight just to grind everyone to 200 CP, just to make sure I'm going into the final fight as stacked as possible. I don't know if it's really necessary, but better safe than sorry, I suppose. Now we move on to the final boss rush. Here, we're fighting a golden version of Potter Mater, and we immediately S-craft with Mueller on a strength up turn to kill the angels. And then we have Chloe S-craft to recover from the boss's opening S-craft. We also attack orders with Julia. We prefer Clock Up EX, but the strength boost is nice, and the extra bit of speed helps with setup slightly. But we're going to use it to quickly overwrite with Clock Up EX. Something to note about the opening S-craft is I should have trained Mueller more. I 100% should have trained Mueller more, so he was just a little bit stronger because he barely didn't one-shot the angels. I needed either a turn bonus or for him to poison all 4 of them so they die on their turn. It is possibly the most RNG-reliant thing in the whole run, unfortunately. But I wasn't going to redo the whole run just because I should have taken Mueller to like 2 more fights or something. So, alas, pretty bad strat because of that, but what are you going to do? Here we're going to have Xin with his massive strength buff start punching for 4,000 damage. It's not that impressive for how little physical characters get to act when you had Agate doing like, you know, over 10k, but a nice thing is we do have Mueller. Even though Mueller's really underleveled, he's still doing quite a bit of damage in chain attacks. He's doing almost as much as Xin. Which doesn't sound like much, but Xin has a 60% strength buff and is a Zemurian ore weapon. So, Mueller is kind of holding his own. He could be worthless, but he's not. Julia is just here to do filler things. She's not particularly useful compared to the other 3. Chloe has a good spell list, and when she does get chances to attack magically, she's quite strong. We also save Zin's S-craft for turns that are scary for the boss to get, mainly health up. You'll also notice that Xin is constantly draining EP and getting a little bit of CP. This is the Soul Quartz. It's quite bad because we don't want our characters to drain EP, and it doesn't even give that much CP in return. But Xin in this fight really only needs enough EP for the opening Earth Wall, and then he basically never casts a spell again. So if we're going to use it somewhere, it's going to be on him in this fight, and it is pretty helpful. It's also an Earth Quartz, and Xin has multiple Earth Lock slots, and we usually never want that much Earth Quartz on someone, so it serves a niche on him specifically. All of these bosses have chances to summon adds, and usually that's a good thing for us because we can confuse them, but we get quite unlucky in all of them, actually. This boss doesn't summon one until very close to the end of the fight. But I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. At least it did summon one, and it will help kill it a little bit faster. This boss is stacked health-wise. It's very, very difficult to take down. We finish it off with the Xin S-craft. I let the Wrath of Genbu reanimation rock because it's fun. And then we double S-craft the angel to kill it. What's funny is this is Julia's tier 1 S-craft. We never learn her tier 2. Same with Mueller. We never learn his tier 2 S-craft. This is his first one. The animation glitches out too because the PC ports are awesome. And after that, we move on to one of the worst fights in the whole run. This boss is absolutely miserable. We start off with our party members spread out because this boss has really, really threatening AoEs. And we're going to kind of constantly be in recovery mode. This is a very difficult fight to stabilize. Analyze getting double tapped here is not bad at all. This means it's not using its big AoE delay on other characters. This is why I said Heaven's Kiss is not going to be that useful, because we don't have our characters all clumped up. We also have a proxy puppet on a couple of our characters. We need it. We absolutely need it. There's not really a way to stop us from getting two-shot by the delay, and it can choose to just spam it sometimes and loop it, much like Cassius. It's why the fight sucks, is that delay cannon move. You'll see it pops two of them very quickly. I think we might have even used an E-puppet. Not that it matters, because Jara doesn't need CP, but the more it uses diffusion laser, the better. The thing we want it to do the most is summon allies. It will do it eventually, but once again, it waits quite a while. Even though we're taking a shit ton of damage, we still opt to strength buff with Analyze. It's super worth it. She does so much more damage. Again, it's a 50% boost. We're also fine with leaving her not earth guarded. Even though she'll lose her buff, she does have... I think she actually is the one with the emergency puppet. So here, it sucks that she lost her buff, but it's not that big of a deal. It was a good chance she was going to die anyway. That's also why we wait to have her clock up herself. We'd rather get the strength buff cleanse than the speed buff. Whenever the boss decides to S-craft, that's very good for us because it just gives us time to set up. There's an argument to put the time gem on this party instead of the final party, because I don't know if the final party ever really needs it to win the fight. Whereas it probably would have been a big difference maker here, but I just kind of dumped resources into the final boss because while that boss is easy and has a reputation for being easy, it's only easy when you go in with a bunch of resources, which normally you're going to do for the final boss. So here, I should not be 8-leaf blitzing with Analyze. It doesn't do that much damage, but I think I was testing. And again, didn't want to redo the whole boss rush just to attack that turn instead and waste a little bit less CP. Not really worth it. The 8-leaf blitz does do more damage, and I don't think it really delays her that much more, but I don't know. Holy, that does a grip. Okay, Analyze. Yeah, with the strength buff and the sword, she hurts. She does a lot of damage. The thing is, her S-craft is not particularly strong. I think it's kind of average. It's not as bad as it was in SC. I think it's pretty average in this game. So 10k is a grip, but it's not like an insane amount of damage. She is offensively more impressive than Xin right now, though, because she's a higher level, which is pretty funny. From here, it's not too bad as long as it doesn't spam delay cannon. Here, we finally get it to call allies, but it's at a pretty unfortunate time. It's like the worst time for it to have done it. It's still good that it did it, but it made it so the angel there sniped one of our earth guards. Once we Chaos Brand the angel, though, the fight gets a lot easier. It does call allies again, which kind of sucks because this one is much further away and less likely to walk back to hit the boss. Speaking of which, we got unlucky with this angel moving away instead of going to attack the boss. And at this point I get scared because I don't know if it's in range of the boss anymore. And right there, my worries were well founded because it is no longer in range of the boss. That being said, the angel that wasn't in range of the boss initially did turn around and do nothing. So it kind of ended up evening out, even though we got unlucky with the first angel. We ended up getting lucky with the second one, so it's not that bad. We do now have the problem of we need to kill this other Blade Angel though, or else it is going to get Shara killed, and she already burnt her proxy puppet. We're fine with her taking a hit from the angel because it's not going to kill her. She ends up getting the Earthguard off anyway. What I thought, I messed up a little bit there. It didn't matter. She'd want to Earthguard herself anyway. But I was thinking the angel's turns were swapped. I thought the one next to her was getting the turn next, and the one that hit the boss was the one that was acting later. But it doesn't end up mattering, really. In fact, it does lead to a bit of a funny scenario where I think I might use Olivier's S-Craft. I do use Olivier's S-Craft to finish off the angel because it only has 100 health. Olivier's S-Craft is really, really bad. It's a weak physical S-Craft on a character with a terrible strength stat. Swing at him, Angel. Swing at him, please. Please swing at him. Oh no. Please hit him. Please hit him. Please hit him. Yes! It didn't die? It lived? It lived and called allies? Word? It lived on 14 HP? Okay, well, I mean, he's dead. Obviously, it's just the allies being called is a little bit of an uh-oh. Yeah, that was that was a complete mess of an exchange that happened. What I was so worried about is Annalise is on a defense debuff, so it could easily delay cannon her twice and kill her if it got another turn, which it got another turn very quickly, which I wasn't expecting. So I thought, as long as the angel swings at it, it dies, but the angel rolled low and it lived on 14 HP. Thankfully, we clean it up right after. The boss does not delay cannon Annalise twice, and so we survive. But it does call allies, which is a little bit annoying because now there's 2 enemies to deal with that hurt, and it makes the fight just take a little bit longer. And now we move on to the easiest of the bunch, Ragnar, but red. This fight is really, really annoying because we can't have the ads turn on him. We S-craft with Ren to get rid of the initial round of ads. We also Orbital Gear with Tita right away so she can be in the Earth Wall. We don't have her cast setup spells. But Ragnar works just like he does in SC. He flies back and forth. He breathes fire. I don't know if this wing flap move that pushes you back exists in SC or not, but a fun thing about it is it only pushes you back if you're not Earth Guarded. If you're Earth Guarded, you get to stay on top of him, which is really helpful. You also see Tita hitting for quite a bit of damage. She's hitting for about the same amount that Annalise was, but this is without a strength buff. This boss also, I think, has less defense. It takes a lot of damage from physical attacks. We use Estelle's S-Craft just to take out one of the ads. It's effectively a replacement for Chaos Friend there. Probably not the greatest idea. Maybe I had to because of turn order, but Her S-Craft does do good damage, so it might have been better to use it on the boss. But again, it might have been a turn order thing. From here, the fight is basically stabilized. Whenever there's a new angel, we're going to Chaos Brand it. Whenever he hits it, we're going to Earth Wall. We do want to eventually get a chance to buff Tita's strength, but the boss has been a little bit relentless this time, so we haven't had a chance to do it yet. Also, Estelle, because she had to S-Craft, now that we do have a chance to do it, doesn't have CP for morale, so we have to keep waiting, which just extends the fight more. We also buff Josette's defense. I think I had an attempt where she just died at one point in one hit, so I crest her to be safe. Josette gets blown back into a corner. It doesn't really matter. As long as Tita is still close to the boss, because she's the only one that needs to be, it doesn't really matter if other characters get blown away. Another annoying thing is the ads put up a gene stick barrier, so we actually can't cast status effects on them. They're immune to magic right now. And the boss is spawning a lot of ads. Like, a lot. And it's really frustrating because, again, these are the ones that can't deal damage, right? So we're kind of just stuck having them waste time. And this is a very single target heavy party. This party does not have much strong AoE. We do have Josette's S-Craft, but she's, you know, dealing peanuts. Tita, who now has a strength buff, is doing like 6 to 7k per charge, which is a shit ton. It's like insane damage output. The reason this boss is so easy is half of his actions are just like doing nothing. Whenever he flies across the stage, whenever he wing flaps, whenever he calls allies, they're all basically nothing turns. The boss spends a lot of time doing nothing and drops pretty quickly. From here, it's just cleaning up all the confused ads that can't do anything but run around. And now, we get to move on to the final boss of the game. This boss is split up into multiple phases, and the first phase here is going to be the reason that we have trained up Agate. One of the reasons we've trained up Agate. We start off with our regular setup stuff. We cast Forte, we cast speed ups, and then he's going to summon all of these pillars. These pillars are easy to deal with. You don't necessarily need a bunch of AoE damage to wipe them quick, which Agate barely does not two-shot them, by the way. These pillars are very, very slow. They all cast a spell, and then the boss charges up too, and we get multiple turns to make sure we have an Earth Wall up before we have to deal with what is basically an insta-kill spell. So most people will slowly kill the pillars one by one. We will run out of EP if we do that. So we need a character that can wipe them quickly, which Agate does it in 3 Dragon Dives, which, when he has Wild Rage, is not that bad. It gives us just enough time to reposition all of our other characters while he focuses on killing the pillars. Once they're dead, the boss is now vulnerable to damage, and we just start wailing on it with Richard. He is going to chunk this boss's health very quickly, despite it being very, very bulky, having like an insane amount of health in the 100,000s. Actually in the 100,000s first time. We also just S-Craft with Kevin because we're going to have a bunch of turns for him to build CP back anyway. We also put our characters in a single file line. It looks goofy, but this is the best formation. that we can have for when he phase transitions, which he still hasn't done, by the way, because we've just gotten so many turns from how long the spell takes to cast. And also having Richard in the party. Kevin is already almost back up to 100 CP Grail Sphere. So he'll change the arena and he'll start summoning these adds. The first two always get summoned on the same two dark tiles. And these enemies have a death explosion that also deletes the tile that they're standing on. But if we have this single file line format, we're right in range of the boss to do all of our moves, still be in range to Earthwall everyone, and we are just barely out of the explosion range, which is 2 tiles. So, as goofy as it looks, it is the best way to set up your characters for this fight. But you'll notice that the boss just phase changed and is already half dead. Here it phase changes again. Now it buffs its defense and I believe starts shifting around its elemental weakness. We don't care. We just keep smacking it. We don't care about the defense buff. We just keep going crazy. You'll also notice we have a gladiator belt on Agate. The reason for this is he needs 200 CP S-crafts to kill these adds, I believe. Agate is going to do the Agate thing. They walk in a single file line to hide their numbers. It is a very stupid formation, but it is what, you know. It's just the formation that I can have everyone in Earthwall range and dodge the enemy's death explosions. Oh, really? Okay, I'm fine with that. Cool. Explaining the same thing there in real time that I did earlier. I just thought the comment of they are in a single file line to hide their numbers is funny. The reason I was surprised is that this boss has a buff cleanse that it can start using at this point in the fight, and it chose to just attack physically instead, and I was expecting it to kind of screw me over. But it's also not that likely to use it if we are constantly bursting it down quickly and getting it to phase change as much as possible. We do need to heal Agate whenever he's low, because he always needs to be ready to Wild Rage and kill adds if they get summoned. On his off turns, we just hit the boss with Spiral Edge because it's his highest damage craft, and he'll always really regenerate enough CP anyway. Here the boss is back to being vulnerable again. Actually super vulnerable because it starts charging its S-craft, which lowers its defense and arts defense. And we start shitting out damage. We start doing 4k a hit, which is really good. Richard is now like doing more damage than a lot of the other physical characters are doing while acting 3 times as often. And here we have it, the final boss S-craft of the Sky Arc. It's pretty fucking cool looking. But, like everything else, it's vulnerable to Earth Guard. This one has a mechanic associated with it, though, in that it makes the boss arena very small. It cuts it down to a fraction of the size that it was before. I think it's really cool that this fight plays with the arena. The final boss of SC did it too, but I don't know, it's done way cooler here. We're Earth Guarded, so we don't really care about the adds. We just take them out. They only delete the tile under them. They don't, like, delete the tiles around them and one-shot your characters or something. Here it goes into its next phase, and we don't care. We're gonna kill it before it really does anything. I think it's gonna get 1 attack off. Alright, ready. Hold on. We're gonna let him do his thing. And then, before Agate finishes it with Dragon Dive, one last chalice for the road. We can't put down the cup. One last chalice for the road.
In my hand the chalice of heaven.
May its holiest of lights act as our sphere.
Oh, it's shield, not sphere. I fucked it up at the last moment.
Woo!
Chalice! Okay, now we win. Ah, I'd win. Actually, it might not kill. No, it kills. Ah. I'd win. Here's to not being a groomer in the future? Yeah, definitely not. No way. Nuh-uh.
We let it rock. We let the animation rock. It's done, chat room.
Did it live? Nah, we're good. I forgot if it had 8k or 7k health left. It's over. It's over. Now I have to edit the fucking video. I'm gonna kill myself. The end of the video is gonna hard cut at Kevin shooting his dead girlfriend in the chest. Dent, you asshole. You almost made me laugh by calling Kevin a soy boy while I was trying to keep quiet for the fucking recording.